So it is May 19th. We will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for a discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in writing and advised that they may require that discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, supervisor of facilities, NEA and K, reduction in force / FTE, NKESP, request for leave, legal contract, equity, belonging, and community engagement coordinator, non-renewal, employee F, bus contractor appeal. And then item 2, sessions pertaining to litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NEA and K negotiations. Can I please have a motion to go into executive?
Second. So moved.
Second. Okay. All those, we're off to a great start. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. so we will come back from executive session. We are recessed from executive session, so we'll be going back later. And I will disclose that there were no votes taken in executive thus far. So moving on to meeting organization. First is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Erin Earl. Here. Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Sadie McCann.
Okay, thank you. And the calendar, please.
May 20th, 2026, 5:30 p.m. DEI Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. May 26th, 5 p.m. Policy Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. May 27th, 6 p.m. Building Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. May 28th, 6:45 p.m. CLAC, Central Admin Conference Room. And June 2nd, 6 p.m. School Committee Business Meeting, Central Admin Conference Room.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a correction to that? Kenny, I believe today you sent out a notification, May 27th. There is no Building Advisory Committee
That is correct.
meeting, so
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Not tentative. All right, thank you. Okay.
And sorry, do we want to throw on there that it's on June 3rd,
3rd is the meeting.
since we're all the way on to June 2nd anyway?
Thank you, Megan.
At 5 p.m. here.
Okay, so to clarify, the May 27th date is not correct. The meeting will be on June 3rd at 5 p.m. at the Central Admin Building. Okay, anything else for the calendar? Okay, so we're moving on to presentations and recognitions. Clearly it is almost June, as we have quite a list this evening, and so I will turn it over to Dr. Duva to call folks up in the order that you...
Sure. First, I'd like to recognize Sandra Mikulski. Mrs. Mikulski is...
I was like, I swear I
there
saw
she
you.
is. I was like, I'm like, I don't see her. So, Mrs. Mikulski is one of our social studies teachers at Davisville Middle School. I'm just going to talk a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
And recently, Mrs. Mikulski received the Genocide Educator of the Year Award, so congratulations.
From the supervisor.
And so she was recently recognized as the Genocide Educator of the Year for the state, which is incredibly well-deserved and reflects her unwavering commitment, passion, and impact as an educator. Sandra has been teaching for over 30 years and currently is teaching 7th grade at Davisville Middle School, the content area of social studies. Last year, she had traveled to Armenia for the Genocide Education Project. She became a Gen Ed Teacher Fellow, and she was also recently elected to the Rhode Island Holocaust and Genocide Education Commission. Sandra received this well-deserved recognition during the Armenian Genocide Commemoration Ceremony on April 26th, following keynote remarks by Dr. Darvinian of the Center for Holocaust, Human Rights, and Genocide Education. The event was attended by Governor Dan McKee, Senator Jack Reed, House Majority Whip Catherine Kazarian, and Senate Majority Whip David Tokoyan, and many others. It served as a meaningful setting to honor Sandra's leadership and dedication to ensuring students and educators engage deeply with the important lessons of genocide education. Sandra has gone above and beyond to provide immersive and meaningful learning opportunities for both students and colleagues throughout North Kingstown School Department. And through her leadership, passion, and collaboration, she organized a powerful professional learning experience for her fellow NKSD colleagues, teaching on a topic titled Teaching Difficult Topics in Genocide, bringing together expert speakers, authentic cultural experiences, and thoughtful dialogue that left a lasting impact on those that participated with her. And she did this on her own, and she brought in speakers from across the country. So a lot of work that she put in and providing that PD for us, so thank you. Honoring educators like Sandra is a powerful reminder that teaching about genocide is not only about understanding history, but about ensuring that the stories, voices, and lessons are never forgotten. In remembering, we affirm our collective responsibility to bear witness, educate future generations, and to help prevent such atrocities from happening again. Sandra's work locally and at the state level continues to make a profound difference, and the North Kingstown School Department is extremely proud and grateful for all she has accomplished and dedicated to her students, colleagues, and the community.
Thank you.
Got it.
Oh, wait, hold on, can you take one from me, because Joni,
Yeah.
Jules will yell at us.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Duva.
Next, we have a presentation from our North Kingstown CLAC, and they're going to present the end of the year report for us.
Hi, my name is Ali Biondo. I'm a member of CLAC, and I have 2 daughters at Forest Park. Pardon me. North Kingstown Special Education Local Advisory Committee is a collaborative partnership of parents, caregivers, teachers, administrators, and others who are committed to enhancing the education of our children whose instructional needs include an IEP or a 504 plan.
I'm Kate Mulvaney. I'm another parent who's a part of CLAC. I'm going to talk through some of our accomplishments for the year. One of the things we're most excited about is an increase in participation. We have 3 exclamation points because we're particularly excited about the student voices. We had 2 high school students who were enrolled in special ed, as well as several other students who joined our meetings this year. And that is something we've been working for and we're really, really excited about. We had new parents at a lot of our meetings. We had some additional staff who hadn't been there before. And we've had some more events and locations. So pretty excited about participation. I have no idea who's doing next slide though. You just magically know. Just kind of like basic organization. We drafted new bylaws. I think that you have received them by now. We expanded leadership, so before 2 people were really bearing the load of trying to keep it afloat, and now there's about 6 of us who share, and really kind of it highlights this value of collaboration. All parents and caregivers are really kind of stressed and stretched these days, but special ed parents are particularly stretched. And so being able to kind of share this load is really been important, and it's helped us reach new folks. We held 6 meetings this year. CLACs are required to have 4. We would have had a 7th, but it weren't for that snowstorm. Each of the meetings are an opportunity to hear from the district about what's going on related to special ed. It's also an opportunity for families and caregivers to provide feedback. And next one, we also have presentations at 4 of them. We had a presentation on special needs trusts, facilitated IEPs through the Rhode Island Department of Education, special ed throughout the year, different services that are provided in North Kingstown, and that gave families kind of an opportunity to not just understand what they're in now, but what would be coming into the future, potentially. And then teaser alert, next Thursday is care and respite for caregivers as well. Our communication was a real concerted effort this year. Some of these don't sound like big deals, but they are. We have a targeted all-district special ed distribution list for communication. We have an email address, so nobody has to have their personal email up there, which we like. We started live streaming and recording our meetings for accessibility. We increased outreach and communication via more flyers, more Facebook, and the final one is we've increased the accessibility of our communication. So we've changed some of the fonts that we use. We've made everything readable via audio readers as We've done some work in the community. We had 4 cafe connections. Those are kind of informal coffees. 3 of them were at North Coffee, and the last one was at Kingstown Apartments, in an effort to kind of increase accessibility for caregivers. And then we tabled We Are All Readers. We're already planning for 2026, 2027. CELAC is a lot of caregivers and parents who really love our kids. And so if you need access to insights from the special ed community, we'd like to be free to remember we're there. That's it. And we have an email address. That's it.
And as CELAC's liaison, I just want to say that they I think understated the work that they did this year. I just saw Dr. Santa. She's been a huge support to them in trying to get some of the logistical things together, like the email and the distribution list. So kudos to the staff support. And I'm always impressed at how many parents show up, but also how much staff shows up and working collaboratively together to try to have better served students. So kudos to you all and the hard work that you did and what you were able to accomplish this year. Okay, Dr. Duba, you want to go?
Yep. Next is the audit presentation.
All right. I'm sure the reason why everyone's here. My name is Kyle Connors. I'm a managing director for CBIZ, and we serve as the third-party independent auditors of the town of North Kingstown, including the North Kingstown School Department. So I'm going to walk you through the 2025 financial results. Certainly don't hesitate to ask questions along the way or at the end. I'm more than happy to answer them for you to the best of my ability. If you were to read through our financial statements, you'd see that we have issued what's called an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion. We feel the financial statements are free of material misstatements. We were able to issue the financial statements for the town and school in January 2026, which is 7 months after year end. There's a lot of work that goes into getting that done. So, the town does a great job, and Leslie does a great job with the school department. So, great people to work with. The school unrestricted fund, which is the school's general fund, ended the year with assigned fund balance, or balance that's assigned for general education costs of $9.1 million, which is 11.4% of that fund's operating budget. Fund balance increased in that fund in the current year by $2.3 million. On the revenue side, revenue was favorable compared to the budget, which means it was higher, predominantly due to a combination of investment earnings and tuition. And expenditures were $1.6 million below appropriations, which means you spent less than you had anticipated of $1.6 million. There were favorable variances in the salaries and fringe benefit lines of $1.2 million, which was a combination of unfilled positions and breakage, as well as a favorable variance in professional services of $665,000, largely due to special education costs that didn't come to fruition. Overall, the school lunch fund ran an operating loss of just under $100,000, leaving it with a net position of $1.8 million. A lot of school departments ran favorable variances in their school lunch funds throughout COVID while meals were fully reimbursed by the federal government. RIDE has started to mandate some of the spend down, so I think that was intentional. Just to give you a sense of your school unrestricted fund fund balance, you can see it's grown pretty steadily since the COVID years. So I think it's important to kind of take a look back and see how that fund has grown over the last 6 or 7 years. The school department participates in 2 distinct pension plans. They're both with the state. So every year the state tells you this is what your annual required contribution is. And going back to, I think, 2014, which is the last amount of information we have, the school department has always met that annual required contribution. The teacher plan is funded at 68%. The general employee plan, which is a combination of admin and professionals on the school side and also on the town side, is funded at 85.2%. The school also participates in what's called an OPEB plan. It's health insurance for retirees. That had a liability of $731,000. That plan is not funded, I think intentionally. It's really just a gap plan of when retirees are eligible to retire and when they're required to go on Medicare. So there's only a brief amount of years where that health insurance is offered. That liability decreased by $67,000 last year. Recommendations. So part of our audit certainly is looking at the financial results, but it's also looking at internal controls over significant transaction cycles. So grant drawdowns, payroll, disbursements, month and year-end reconciliation, IT controls, looking to make sure that people have appropriate user access in your financial reporting system. When people are terminated, they're removed. And so we performed extensive internal control documentation and walkthroughs, and we really didn't have anything to bring to your attention in the form of a finding, other than to continue cybersecurity training on an annual basis. On top of the financial statement audit and the internal control portion of the audit, we also perform what's called a single audit, which means any year that the town and school combined spend more than $750,000 in federal funding, we're required to select certain programs and test for compliance, make sure that the funds were spent on eligible uses, make sure they were reported to the state and federal government appropriately. And so for fiscal 25, we had the ARPA program, which is predominantly on the town side as the only major program, just the way it shook out. So happy to report we didn't have any non-compliance for either the town or the school department. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you so much, Kyle, and thank you for coming here. I think our goal was to go to the town council meeting, and the snowstorm, which now seems like a distant memory on this 80-degree day, messed us up, so we appreciate you coming and officially presenting it to us.
Sure.
Questions from the committee?
The only question that I had, and I think Leslie said that she had the information, was just to get a little bit more detail on which salaries and services resulted in the variance, just to get a breakdown. I don't know if you have it or if Leslie needs to provide it. Does it need to be tonight, just so that we can get a better idea on like what specifically contributed to that?
Yep. Yeah, I did speak to Leslie ahead of the meeting, and she told me she had a breakdown of it,
Okay,
so
perfect.
I'm certain she could provide that to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
I had a question about the cybersecurity recommendation. Do you all just give a broad, you should be continuing that training, or do you have resources, suggestions, for instance, AI tools or other ideas that you share with districts and towns?
Yeah, I would say the biggest area of concern is a lot of communities feel like they don't have any vulnerable areas or there's nowhere where a hacker could get in, and then they do, right? And so there are companies that perform vulnerability testing. That seems to be the biggest form of ransomware malware is getting into areas that communities, schools, towns think they have taken care of and protected that probably aren't. Other than that, just a standard make sure people who are using the financial reporting system or using information for the communities are getting active cybersecurity. Don't click on certain things. I mean, it sounds rudimentary, but it does occur often.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Great. Thank you so much, Cal.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then that brings us to our last presentation. Truancy?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was just waiting to make sure we're all set. So tonight we have Sharon Probst, our truancy officer, and she's providing a report on attendance for this year.
Good evening. So I didn't do a PowerPoint presentation, but I have my notes, and I can certainly forward them to you at the end if you'd like. So truancy court calendar at the beginning of our school year for grades 6 through 12. We had 8 students from the high school, 4 students from Davisville Middle, and 2 students from Wickford Middle on our calendar. As of today's date, we have 10 students from the high school, 7 from Davisville, and 1 from Wickford Middle School. 3 of these students had prior truancy referrals. By June 11th of this year, 2 from North Kingstown High School will be closed successfully. 2 from Davisville will close successful, and 1 from Whitford will close successful. 1 student will be closed due to DCYF dependency. During the course of the year, we filed 11 new petitions. Also during the school year, 5 students were additionally closed successfully. 1 student moved out of district. 1 student entered a GED program. 1 student was removed from enrollment, and 1 student was also closed due to DCYF dependency. During the course of the year, 4 students were transferred to the formal calendar for noncompliance. As far as grades K through 5, as of today's date, there are 3 adult criminal petitions pending, 1 from Quidnesset, 1 from Forest Park, and 1 from Fishing Cove. By June 11th, 1 of those will be closed successfully. One of the other questions that comes up often to me is how do we compare to other schools within Washington County? As of today, North Kingstown appears to be comparable to South Kingstown. We have more students in truancy than Narragansett, but we are also a larger district. Westerly, at this point that I am aware of, does not have a truancy officer that I could locate and get any information from for them. They tend to be comparable to us. In regards to neighboring towns, we have fewer truancy cases than Coventry and West Warwick, more than East Greenwich and Exeter West Greenwich, but they are also smaller districts. Strategies that we've been implementing to improve chronic absenteeism. So I don't have access to RIDE, but some of the question is how do we compare from last year? So Joe Robitaille ran the RIDE report for us and indicated that chronic absenteeism as of today has gone down in the district in every school except Forest Park and Quidnesset. Since 2014, our district policy is for all schools to conduct pre-truancy meetings with the parent and the child if age appropriate once a student is absent 10% or more of the current school year, those absences being unexcused. Once these students are identified at a minimum, these students are identified at a minimum in monthly team meetings at North Kingstown High School, Davisville Middle School, Wickford Middle School, and Quidnesset. Forest Park just added scheduled monthly meetings second semester of this year. Hamilton, Stony Lane, and Fishing Cove are held as needed. All of the schools are vigilant in identifying students who are chronically absent. New this year, North Kingstown High School devised an attendance plan that is discussed during parent meetings that helps identify barriers. It allows the team and parents opportunities for improvement, such as counseling, in-home services, after-school programs, etc. They also added MTSS team meetings strictly to address attendance issues. Quidnesset is working on identifying not only barriers but trends within families, neighborhood, and incentive plans that are successful, as well as community outreach. Forest Park added scheduled attendance meeting and goals to identifying chronic students earlier to offer intervention opportunities. I can be asked to intervene at any time during the process. Oftentimes, just meeting with the truancy officer, being informed of the law, the district policy, and truancy core is enough to improve attendance. Only when all possible interventions at the district level have failed is a truancy petition filed. So we had a few citizen questions that came up. I believe that we are doing better in 2026 and that we improve every school year. Rhode Island implemented a new in-depth law for mandatory attendance. In regards to North Kingstown, a majority of this law has been stated in our policy since 2014. The barrier that we face most often is parent cooperation. It is often very difficult to reach parents and schedule meetings. The efforts the team makes include phone calls, emails, home visits. This causes a delay in offering assistance, and absences continue to build. Parents and students often don't make themselves available to services provided. A few recommendations that I could make would be to provide the schools with staff members who can concentrate on community outreach, perhaps add more hours for the truancy officer position to full-time, or add additional social workers and school counselors who can help provide community outreach. Any questions?
Great, thank you so much. Questions from the committee?
So thank you for coming in. I know before when you come in, you talked about the fact that, like you just alluded to, that a lot of the issues are not something that the school can fix, they're community-based. So you said that families don't make themselves available. Is it that they're not making themselves available, or that there are barriers to them availing themselves of the services?
in my personal interactions that I have, I can't speak for the schools, it's a
Yeah.
little bit of both.
Okay.
I had several families where I needed to serve summons, for court
Yeah.
purposes, and it took almost 8 weeks, and several court appearances, and intervention from the court, and intervention from the police department to try to get summonses served. I've had families who have had services put in place, such as Tides Family Services, and when Tides comes to the house, they deny access for Tides to come to the house. So those are things that I don't know how to fix. I don't know how to address those issues. I don't know how the school, I don't know if earlier intervention would help, or most of these are court ordered, and if the parents and the families are not following through with a court order, I don't know where else to go from there.
I can understand families not maybe making themselves available for a court summons, but I think maybe not making themselves or not understanding not wanting to avail themselves of services that would help them. I'm wondering what the disconnect is there. Is it and you may not have the answers, but I think
Right.
that's trying to find out where the barrier is there and why if services are available. Because last time you would come in, we had talked about the fact that families were needing services, but there was a huge wait time for them, and
Right.
they were unable to access them. So if that has become less of an issue, and now it's more about not matching up the families with services that are available, I would be curious to know why that.
I think sometimes it's the parents don't feel that they need the services. I think a lot of times too, if it's court ordered, they'd rather not have it. It tends to be more successful if the family wants the services. When I say they're not cooperative, it's we've had days where I've sat at a school and we've had meetings scheduled, and we offer phone meetings, in-person meetings, and virtual meetings, and we've had families say that they will be here or be available, and then they don't show up. So, we're giving them every opportunity available to come to the table. And when I say it's successful when I meet with families, it's because when I meet with them, especially early on in the school year, I say, we're here to help, we're here to offer services, we're here, what are the barriers? A lot of times we don't know what the barriers are. And once they hear that there is a law, that there is a policy, we get them access to Aspen. Sometimes, a lot of times, they don't even know how many absences their children have. And when we get them backlogged into Aspen, a lot of times I never meet the family again. So it is successful if we can get the parents in and get meeting with them, very early. And I do have to say, since we implemented that policy, because I started in 2011, I think we had 40 kids on our truancy calendar, and we have 10. So I think, in the years that I've been here, especially since we implemented that policy, it's made a big difference. And I think with RIDE being all over the news and attendance matters and everything being out there, more parents understand, and the kids understand that they need to be in school, that it's being addressed.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like early outreach is the key in
Yep.
terms of not just education in school, but in terms of communication with the families and making sure they understand, and also
Right.
having teams within the school reaching out and having that conversation about why it matters and providing them the tools so that they can understand where they can access that information themselves.
Yes, that's why we use the 10% window. We say that if your child is absent 10% or more unexcused of the current school year, you're considered truant. So on day 60, when we first start meeting, if you've had 6 absences, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but day 60 is somewhere around the end of October. We're starting to call the parents in. We're starting to talk to them. I'm reaching out to them. The schools are reaching out to them so that it doesn't get to, May, and you've got kids with 30, 40, 50 absences. We're trying to address it very early on. And because we also participate in the pretrial diversion program for truancy, that if it does get to a truancy petition, we have a magistrate that comes right to the school, and that's who can they're very good at putting referrals into place and working with the parents and working with the students, and they don't want to be in truancy court. So we always say the best way out of truancy court is to just come to school. Yeah. And we have a new magistrate this year, Magistrate Cardona. We had since 2019 was elevated to a judge, and we have Magistrate Bucci, who was the pioneer of truancy court. She started the program in 1998, and she's very strict. So once she laid down the law at the beginning of the school year and it got around to all the other kids, the attendance improved, which is why we have all these successful kids coming off at the end of the school year.
That's great. What would help make your position obsolete?
That's a very good question that I wish we could answer, because all of the truancy officers, we all wish that we didn't have to be here. because and I tell all my parents when I meet with them for the first time, the goal is to get the kids in school, not in truancy court, which is why I have that, I guess, more of a social work attitude. I'm a former probation officer, so my idea is like, you don't want to be in court, or you want your kids to be in school. We want them to want to be in school. It's not just forcing your kid to get to school and we're going to send the police, because that's never going to happen. But we want the kids to want to be in school, and that's always been my goal since I started.
Other questions from the committee? I just one. I don't know if it was last year or the time before, you had mentioned that one of the barriers that you were seeing was family members' mental health and like the challenges that that was putting on students getting to school. Are you still seeing that as often, or is it kind of shifted a little bit for like some of the reasons that students aren't coming to school, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's remained the same. I think the email that I got that had the citizen comments were, and the judges say this to the families when they meet with them for the first time, that truancy is not the problem, it's the symptom of a problem. And one of the things that is frustrating to truancy officers is, especially in grades K through 12, is the onus tends to be on the child to get themselves to school and be in school, and very rarely are services offered for a parent. It's all in place for a child. So I think, you know, there's also a disconnect between what the court can offer and what the school can offer. It kind of goes back and forth, because the only way to get really good services in place is a DCYF referral, which is always a last resort. We don't want to do that, but that's the way to get the parent the services that they need. So I think it goes hand in hand. So until we can figure out a system between, you know, family court, the schools, and DCYF to get all the wraparound services for the whole family, that's going to continue to be a concern.
Okay, so just get family court, the schools, and DCYF to align, no problem.
Yeah, that sounds
easy.
easy. Yes.
One other question: if you had to quantify what you know, and this is just your opinion, of why do students that you work with not want to be in school? Do you see any themes or trends?
You know, I think it's shifted a lot throughout the years that I've been here. I think the most prevalent right now tends to, and it kind of came out of COVID, is anxiety. There seems to be a lot of anxiety going on with school, and then what we do see with kids with anxiety who miss a couple days of school, then they miss a couple more, especially at the high school level. You know, instead of panicking, thinking I got to get to school and get all my work done, they think if I get to school, I'm going to have all this work to do. So if I just avoid it, it will go away, and then it snowballs from there. So I think, you know, anxiety. If I had to put a guess on it, I would say anxiety would probably be a number one concern. And you know, and coming out of COVID, even the parents had anxiety because they didn't want to send their kids to school for fear of getting sick. So I don't know if we're might be getting away from that, because that was 6 years ago. But in my opinion, that's what I tend to see most of.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, and that brings us to citizens' comments. Do you have a list? If anyone is here for citizens' comments and haven't signed up yet, feel free to do so. Thank you. Okay. And so we, just for if folks aren't aware, all of the folks that are in attendance have up to 5 minutes to speak. And the school committee does not respond to citizens' comments. We feel as though it is your time. And so we listen, we take in what you're saying, but we do not respond as you're talking. So that feels weird sometimes. So I always like to state it, especially when there's so many folks. So the first person up is Chloe.
Hi, hi. I'm Chloe Martin, and I'm here to talk about the implementation of a GSA club in both middle schools. So I am a sophomore at NKHS, and I have been openly queer for 4 years now. Over a year ago, I came out as transgender and began my social transition. And like many queer youth, I've struggled not only with sexuality and gender identity, but also mental health. And as many queer youth do, I began my journey of self-discovery in middle school, and at Wickford Middle School at that. However, I lacked the understanding of and any meaningful connections to the queer community. This made my journey of self-discovery slow and stressful. Furthermore, my physical state was deteriorating to the point where I required large-scale spinal surgery. You would hope that throughout all this, I had a community to find solace in. But unfortunately not. Our school had no organized meeting space for queer youth, lackluster sexual education, and a general ignorance of queer issues. Wickford Middle School has fallen short in providing for its queer students, and continues to fall short to this day. And while the work necessary to address all these issues is complex and challenging, one step we can take is letting a gender and sexuality alliance be instated into WMS and DMS. This will improve mental health of queer students. According to the National Library of Medicine, 82% of transgender adolescents have considered suicide, with 40% having made an attempt to act on these thoughts. I myself am part of that 82%, and know firsthand how community and education can, in and around queer identities, is of the utmost importance to the LGBTQIA+ youth. I spent the entirety of my middle school experience hiding in a closet that I was never taught to leave. I felt trapped, I felt alone, yet I know for a fact I was not the only one, because I have spoken to many queer students who have come from both WMS and DMS, and they all mirror the feelings of sorrow over these schools' lack of support, and yet feel an intense love for NKHS's sexuality and gender alliance. This club has brought many of my friends together and united us on issues of mental health, queer policy, and general fun. Our work as a collective has brought countless out of the closet, protected many from bullying, and educated the whole school on queer issues. And you have the potential to do the same for many students to come. In summary, in accordance to the guidance from the DEA subcommittee, I recommend that a stipend be offered for a GSA at both Wickford and Davisville Middle School, as well as adequate education about queer identities be accessible to all students. Let's build a greater NK together. Thank you.
Next up is Eliza.
Sorry, I have to walk all the way around here. Hi, so my name is Eliza Adler. I'm a senior at North Kingstown High School, and I was actually asked to come here to talk a little bit about implementing a more comprehensive sexual education program at the schools in this district, and so I'm going to talk about that. It's a little bit related to what Chloe was bringing up. I'm not gay or trans myself, but I have a lot of friends and peers at my school who are, and this, combined with research that I've done over the course of my high school career, including my democracy project, has drawn me to the conclusion that we need more comprehensive sexual education in our schools, and this is the most effective way to keep people safe from sexually transmitted infections, unplanned pregnancies, and sexual violence, both gay and straight individuals. Overlooking the gay aspect of this, the LGBTQ aspect, and applying a heteronormative curriculum of sex education to our schools is not only close-minded, but it's potentially dangerous. Gay and trans students who need information will get it somewhere, and if it isn't sex education through our schools, it could be more dangerous and unreliable avenues of toxic sources on the internet. Critics of comprehensive and inclusive sex education will be saying that it's somehow inappropriate and that proponents are interested in grooming teenagers into some kind of gay lifestyle. This is far from true, and as it is a lack of sexual education, especially on topics such as consent, that leave people vulnerable to sexual predators. It also strikes me as extremely hypocritical that some of these people who vehemently oppose comprehensive sex ed on these grounds have nothing to say about real issues of sexual violence, and will often go to bat for the rapist in the Oval Office, who was recently named in the Epstein files more times than Jesus was in the Bible. I'm a teenager, and I can confidently say that comprehensive sexual education is an utter necessity. It's lacking in our schools, and it is no form of grooming or violation against people my age, and it's essential for both gay, trans, straight, and cis students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexis Adamonis. I'm a senior at North Kingstown High School. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to have our voices heard. In appreciation, I will try to keep what I have to say as maximally efficient as possible and not tread on whatever territory my colleagues from Saga or my fellow students have. This administration will not survive in the modern era without avid support for its diverse communities. This administration will not survive in the modern era without careful consideration and construction of systems of support, things that can consistently cycle from our districts to policy. There is no doubt in my mind that you all know these facts. There is no doubt in my mind you all intend to do what is right to support all different kinds of students, both in and out of district, in our schools. I see it in your active connection with students, especially in the high school. But I also know that systems of support designed in and around the high school, like the Sexuality and Gender Alliance, is not enough. A GSA in the middle school of this district, in the middle schools of this district, is not a new topic to discussion. It has been around as a hypothesis for as long as North Kingston's saga has been around. And as I've recently learned, that's been a long time, decades longer than I've been on this planet. When I was in middle school, the single greatest act of compassion I received didn't come from a teacher or a student. It came from my principal, Mrs. Prentice. When I came out as transgender in 7th grade, she personally requested a Google Meet with me and asked me to share my preferred name and pronouns and asked if there was anything she could do to help me in my journey. One of the only things I could say was that it would be wonderful if there was some sort of community for students like me at the school. There was no GSA to enable my journey. There were divides in which teachers were known to be supportive, in which teachers treated queer kids with respect. This was why Ms. Prentice personally requested to meet with me, to make up for the lack of a system she knew should be there. Ms. Prentice worked hard to support her students where there was no one else to support them, maybe even too hard. And she personally hosted the D&D Club and Principals Club, the latter being what she invited me to in response to my question. The Principals Club was a simple after-school social club that had many diverse students that Ms. Prentice worked with to protect and support when there was no one else. And it was my first social club that I've ever been in. It gave me the support that I needed, but I couldn't and can't help but wonder what my middle school career would have been like if there was a GSA. Ms. Prentice was, for lack of a more fortunate word, ousted by the Warwick Public School Committee in my 8th grade year. Middle school is one of the most brutal times for bullying and one of the most difficult times for self-actualization and self-discovery. You have heard and will continue to hear from my colleagues in Saga about their difficult middle school experiences, that so much pain could have been minimized with a modicum of support. I can ask many things of you today, but out of respect for the time, I will keep my demands brief. Be like Mrs. Prentice. Please continue to be active in your support and continually reach out to the school community and begin to create systems where there are none, as where there might seem like there isn't supply or structure for one, there is certainly demand. Do not be afraid to be radical in this. Do not be afraid to piss off parents. The school district should always aim to educate. The memorandum released by the DEI Advisory Subcommittee, if followed, would be a huge step in the right direction to benefit students. I myself am in a unique position as the intersection between the North Kingston High School queer community and this administration. I see the gap between the two, and there's nothing I want to do more than bridge it. And now, the best way you can show the queer community in our schools that you truly do care is to create the thing that has created so much joy for my colleagues and so much joy for my fellow students, Saga, in a middle school. Thank you.
Johanna? No worries.
This topic makes a lot of people uncomfortable to talk about, but queer students in this district aren't being equitably instructed in sex ed. Hi, my name's Johanna Reese. I'm a junior at North Kingstown High School, and I've been in the NK Public School District for 9 years now. I went through 3 years at Hamilton Elementary, 3 years at Wickford Middle, and I'm finishing my 3rd year at the high school, and I can confidently say that no curriculum has let me down as thoroughly and repeatedly as our health curriculum. I am queer. I've been openly queer for coming up in 5 years now. I was never taught sex ed by the school district. I remember distinctly going into my sophomore year sex ed unit, wondering if I'd rather be discriminated against by students, being singled out as the only queer student in the class if they taught queer sex ed and identity, or by the district, not being taught anything at all. If the latter hadn't happened, I likely wouldn't be here today. The truth is that more than any other class, teachers instructing health seem to do whatever they want. In elementary school, girls in one class getting yelled at for asking the teacher questions about periods during their health class, in another just watching a brief YouTube video. In middle school, everyone being shown a widely outdated VHS tape about STDs, featuring people breakdancing while explaining the death rate of AIDS. In high school, most egregiously, certain teachers spending a class briefly going over sexuality and gender identity, while others skipped entirely. Certain teachers never teaching female anatomy at all, only male, never even saying the word vagina out loud, and not a single teacher, not one, going over safe sex practices for queer people.
I understand I just said a lot of words out loud that make a lot of people uncomfortable, but if they could put themselves in the shoes of a student for a moment, imagine being an elementary school girl having no idea how to handle her first period, feeling scared and ashamed because an adult was uncomfortable. Imagine being a young queer person having no idea how to have sex safely while transitioning into adulthood, making bad choices because an adult was uncomfortable. Imagine being a teenage boy with no idea how female anatomy works, becoming a man inconsiderate to women in his life because an adult was uncomfortable. And imagine being a kid and feeling so wrong and out of place about your own identity without anyone to teach you that there are different ways to be yourself, festering feelings of self-hatred and insecurity because an adult was uncomfortable. It is the job of educators to make sure kids are prepared for the world they are entering. We stepped away from abstinence-based sex ed years ago because we understood that that curriculum didn't prepare students for the real world. Somehow, though, we left our queer and female students behind. Our experiences are not too specific, our experiences are not vulgar, and our experiences deserve to be spoken to. We are your students too, but we are not learning. Thank you.
Hi.
Oh, just so you know, that mic doesn't mic in here. It only mics for that, so you won't hear it.
Oh,
that.
okay.
If
Yeah.
you just talk normal, then it'll pick it up.
So, first of all, I'd like to apologize if I get emotional because this has been something I haven't been able to talk about for. I think the first time I could have heard someone talk about this without crying was a year ago. So, hi everyone. My name is Shay McCann, and I'm a junior at North Kingstown High School. Today, I'd like to bring an issue to your attention that affects approximately half the population and yet remains a problem flying under the radar. What I'm referring to is menstrual inequality. In this country, we have come a long way towards granting women equal rights, and yet we still perpetuate a culture that views biological women's bodies as abnormal and strange. This issue has affected me for nearly my whole life, and I've only realized recently just how serious it is. I first started thinking about this issue when I chose it as my democracy project, initially focusing only on providing hygiene products and bathrooms. However, after sending out an anonymous survey to my peers, well, they knew it was me, but it was anonymous for the responses, I realized the problem is much deeper. Not only is NKHS failing to provide free menstrual products, but also our health education is truly lacking and fails to prepare young kids for the challenges they're about to face. So here's some statistics from your local high schoolers from my survey. 69% of students said they were never or barely taught about periods. 89% of students said they wish they had been taught more. That's 89% of the student body wishing they had been taught more about their health. Only 5% of girls were taught normal versus abnormal symptoms of menstruation. For a biological process that often leads to intense abdominal pain and bleeding, it can easily be seen how easily harmful symptoms can be mistaken for normality without the education the school can provide. Let's take toxic shock syndrome, for example. This often deadly condition can result from improper use of tampons. Only 16% of students learned about this. For me, the only education I received on that part of my body was in 5th grade when the girls from my class were brought to a separate room and shown water being poured onto a pad from a pitcher. When we tried to ask for questions, our teacher got incredibly mad at us and told us our parents should be teaching us these things and we shouldn't be asking. But the sad reality is that we can't control what parents do or do not teach, and thus schools must ensure young girls have the tools they need to be safe and successful. Later in high school, during 10th grade health class, we were taught about sex ed. Our male teacher taught us the intricate anatomy of the male genitalia, made us memorize specific glands even, and didn't mention vaginas or menstruation once, even though it is widely considered more complicated. I am aware that other health classes for the 10th grade sex ed curriculum were taught more, but since the health curriculum is largely left up to the decisions of our gym teachers, we will continue having these problems. One student wrote in my survey, "I still don't know how to use a tampon or menstrual cup," with a frowny face. In itself, this may not seem like a big deal, but this isn't just a problem for this one student. It's a problem shared by many that could be solved with a simple change in curriculum. So let's help our students be successful. As for the bathroom situation, our problem is much worse. In 2021, the state of Rhode Island established a law requiring any schools teaching grades 5 through 12 to provide free tampons and pads in all female and gender-neutral bathrooms. And yet 86% of students from my study at NK claim the bathrooms are only sometimes or rarely stocked. 83% of them also said this has caused problems in school for them or someone they know, disrupting their class time. One anonymous student said, "I typically do not change products while at school, sometimes to the point of bleeding through because it's so inconvenient for me to access products during the school day." The student also said, "The bathrooms not being stocked or having poor quality products has taken away time from my education, while I've had to go across the school to get products rather than being in class." This is a clear inequity in education quality. This student is right. We are not providing the same education to students of different sexes. So let's fix it. I'd love to keep listing the statistics, but I could go on forever, so I'll leave you with this. Why, as a community, do we feel such indifference and even shame towards the biological female body that we can't provide our children with the skills they need to succeed? Let's do better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellie Arsenault. I am a junior at North Kingstown High School. I do not have a presented speech, but I did want to come to voice my support of GSAs in both Davisville Middle School and Wickford Middle School. I would like to start off with some statistics from the Trevor Project. They conducted a study where they interviewed over 18,000 LGBTQ students, and they found more than 1 in 12, or more than 1 in 10, about 12% of LGBTQ young people attempted suicide in the past year at the time that this study had been conducted, which was 2024. More than half of transgender and non-binary young people found their school to be gender affirming, and those who did reported lower rates of attempting suicide. And LGBTQ people who reported living in accepting communities attempted suicide at less than half the rate of those who reported living in unaccepting communities. And these stats are not specific to the Trevor Project and who they interviewed. For my democracy project, which I did in December and January of this year, I sent out a survey myself. I asked the question, did you ever face issues with being bullied due to being LGBTQ in middle school? 64.3% of students claimed yes. And I also asked, do you feel that it was difficult finding a community of LGBTQ students in your middle school? 50% said yes, it was difficult, and 25% of students said it was not. I also asked if they believed having a GSA club at the middle school would have been helpful for them as a queer student, and I had 83.8% of students say that it would be helpful. I myself was bullied in middle school many times for being queer. Before I was outwardly a trans woman, I still looked different. I started presenting a little more femininely towards the end of probably my 8th grade year, and once this happened, I started being bullied much more for my appearance. And having a space where queer kids can go helped me so much once I got into high school. I finally felt like I found a group of people who was like myself. I am now a council member for Saga, which is the GSA at the high school, and next year, if I am reelected to council, I will be reaching out to the principals of both Davisville Middle School and Wickford Middle School in order to try to get this GSA instated in both schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
Pam Panero. For transparency, I am a member of the Health and Wellness Committee, but I am speaking tonight as an individual and not on behalf of the committee. I was surprised to see Agenda Item O regarding the addition of a second school committee member to the Health and Wellness Committee. The Health and Wellness Committee is already a productive, active, and well-led advisory committee under the leadership of Sherry and Trish. To my knowledge, neither committee chair nor the administration requested this change, which makes it difficult for me to understand the operational need for restructuring a committee that is already functioning effectively. Comparable health and wellness committees in neighboring districts have met significantly less frequently this year, and we have met 5 times. And I could not identify another health and wellness committee operating with 2 school committee members serving on it. So respectfully, I struggle to see the need for changing the structure of one of the district's most active and engaged advisory committees. I also think it is important to recognize that the Health and Wellness Committee is unique by design. State law specifically requires that a majority of members not be employed by the district. That structure exists for a reason, to ensure broad stakeholder representation and meaningful community input on issues related to student health and wellness. At the moment, due to the recent turnover, the committee is already working to maintain compliance with that requirement. Adding another school committee member would require recruiting even more community representatives, which historically has not always been easy. There's also a practical governance concern here. As committees become larger, quorum becomes harder to maintain and committee work can stall. We already appear to be seeing those challenges with the redistricting advisory group, and I would hate to see that happen to one of our most productive advisory committees. I also think this discussion should be viewed in the broader context of district priorities and strategic goals. At the last meeting, the administration openly discussed the challenges of managing the large number of school committee initiatives currently underway. I want to acknowledge and support the administration and that reality. The district is currently balancing major initiatives, including the middle school project, ride approvals, implementation of the extensive capital improvement plan, redistricting, and school start time analysis, budget challenges, curriculum implementation, and long-term facilities planning. Because of that, I question whether additional committee restructuring and membership expansion, particularly without a clearly demonstrated need, is the best use of limited administrative time, energy, and capacity right now, especially when the current committee is already functioning well and producing recommendations. I also want to express concern regarding comments made at the last meeting suggesting that inconsistent student experiences may be the result of teachers not properly adhering to the curriculum. Respectfully, I think we should be cautious about making assumptions like that without clear evidence. Our teachers are trained professionals, and I believe they deserve the benefit of the doubt that they are implementing the approved curriculum in good faith and to the best of their ability. And to add, the K through 5 and 6 through 12 curriculum are brand new. Most students have not experienced it yet. Not everyone has had the opportunity to see the updated curriculum, which addresses many of these students' concerns. Differences, no. And now, immediately following disagreement over advisory committee recommendations, we are discussing expanding school committee representation on one of those same advisory committees. This risks creating the perception that advisory committees are fully supported only when their recommendations align with the views of the school committee majority. I do not believe that this is a healthy precedent for volunteer advisory groups or stakeholder engagement. I also want to note that I do support the proposed restructuring of the equity, belonging, and community engagement position on the agenda. Unlike the proposal regarding health and wellness, this appears to be a change identified by the administration based on operational experience and district needs. Given the turnover this district has experienced in that role, I think it's reasonable for the administration to reevaluate the structure, responsibilities, and expectations of the position in an effort to improve stability and long-term success. I think that distinction matters. There's a difference between restructuring something because administration has identified a practical operational need versus restructuring something that is already functioning effectively without a clearly demonstrated reason for change. I think the students have made a great case for adding the middle school group, and I think it should be looked into. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dustin Coleman. I have 2 children at Wickford Middle School and 1 at Hamilton Elementary School. I'm here to discuss and bring to light a very sensitive topic of racial bullying. Over the course of 2 weeks, multiple slurs have been made by white children and directed at black children at Wickford Middle School alone. I was made aware of multiple African American children being called monkeys, one of them being my children being called a slave. These issues were brought to the principal, and I was told it was handled. While I realize I'm not privy to what the disciplinary actions were, I'd like to know what the steps were taken to make sure that this is being stopped in the future. I'm also aware of similar racial bullying instances at the middle school that were discussed by other parents on our town NK. This is not an isolated incident. This is a frequent issue at the middle school level, and I'm sure it's happening in other schools as well. Growing up primarily in a white town in the 90s, I was found myself more often than not having to correct other students when saying inappropriate racial slurs, biases, or stereotypes. It was my hope in 2026 my children would not have to be forced to teach other children the inappropriate things, comments, and other actions that they cannot say. Unfortunately, adults are failing my children and other children of color by not being proactive or having a plan for productive and real-life consequences that teach change behavior. In 2023, the North Kingston School Department had an equity audit. In this audit, under priority recommendations, it states NKSD should 1, create NKSD equality vision statement, 2, develop district-wide equity policies, 3, prioritize equity-focused professional development, and 4, review and revise disciplinary policies and practices on an equity lens. It is my hope by bringing up the growing trend of race and equality that we can start to put these priority recommendations and everyday policies in this district. As a police officer, I understand finding time to train is an issue, but I still take a yearly non-biased training through my department and add at least 1 more training per year for myself. As adults, we should be protecting and educating our children these matters, and as adult, we should be protecting and educating our children these matters, their safety, and the safety of their peers. It is scary to be a minority, to be part of my minority and have to stand up against someone, especially as a child. As a community, we should strive to stop and educate adults and children about equality. It is not a child's job to protect others from feeling unsafe in their own school and community. I'd like to request that the non-biased training become a part of the yearly professional day training as requested in the 2023 survey. Also, disciplinary should be explained to both parents and children, as well as part of disciplinarying, there should be an educational aspect for the children so that they know why their actions were wrong. Thank you very much for your time.
Carolyn?
Good evening. My name is I'm glad the mic doesn't work. My name is Carolyn Johnston, and I'm the proud principal of Quonset Elementary. I'm not someone who typically steps up to the microphone. I usually work behind the scenes and put all my energies and focus inside the walls of my school. However, as the leader of the district's only full Title I school in the building that represents the most beautiful diversity in North Kingstown, I felt compelled to speak tonight due to the magnitude of the appointment of the DEI Community Engagement and McKinney-Bento position. I have a unique window into the challenges and triumphs of the most vulnerable yet incredibly resilient students and families. And from that vantage point, I see exactly why this newly combined role is so vital. In the past, many of these responsibilities existed separately. By bringing them together, the district has an opportunity to create stronger coordination, collaboration, and consistency across our schools. Without one person overseeing the interconnected work, we risk operating in silos where communication, support, and critical initiatives become fragmented instead of aligned. On paper, the duties of this role may look separate. But if you look at community engagement, wellness, equity, and the McKinney-Bento coordination, In practice, they absolutely overlap. They share one core goal, making sure every single student and family can access their education. This isn't just an administrative job that's being put forward. It's a deeply collaborative, and for many of our families, it's a lifeline. We need someone to bridge the gap between schools and families, use data to ensure equitable access across the district, and proactively knock down the barriers that's needed for all students to succeed. It is important to recognize that this position, we need a profound level of expertise in order to do it to the best of our ability. The district needs a leader with a vision and experience, someone with a deep understanding of complex educational policies, as well as student support systems and the ability to collaborate with a wide range of stakeholders. Lydia Handhart brings exactly those qualities to this work. Lydia is someone willing to have those uncomfortable but very necessary conversations required for continuous improvement. She does so so respectfully and productively. She approaches every hurdle thoughtfully with relentless focus on problem solving and removing those barriers to support all students and families. Whether she is helping families navigate a complex situation, guiding staff in their professional learning, or fighting for students to have equitable access to opportunity, Lydia consistently leads with compassion, accountability, and professionalism. As I close, I just want to remind you that I'm speaking out tonight because approving this position and appointing Lydia is more than just a good choice. It's a critical step forward in equity inclusion in the future of our entire district. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lori Duffy. I'm a clinical social worker. I specialize in kids and families. I've spoken here many times in the past. What I wrote and what I came here today to talk about feels vastly inadequate after hearing the young people speak today, I have to say. But I'm going to move forward in starting the conversation by saying you have groups of amazing people in our community who just want to feel heard, seen, and understood. And if we're not doing that, then what are we doing here? I was coming here today just to talk about my concerns about the sex education curriculum, but I have so many other things that are running through my head. And talking with some people in the community, including parents of current high school students, it came to my attention that the curriculum seems quite a bit out of date, but then as I asked more questions, it's actually a very updated curriculum that's supposed to be very inclusive and diverse and focus on all students and all students' health and well-being, but that it's not being used the way that it was intended. So as I ponder the possible reasons why the district might be hesitant to use this updated inclusive curriculum, it makes me think about those of us who were born in the 1900s, when these conversations first came about, right? When we first started talking about sex ed, and I think the most comprehensive thing I learned in high school is when my health teacher brought a banana in and showed how to put a condom on it. There was a lot of concern about, are we planting ideas? Are we giving kids information that they're not ready for? This should be taught at home. And the data won out, and what we showed was that when kids get good information that is comprehensive, they can make better decisions, and we have better outcomes like fewer sex partners, less STDs, fewer pregnancies, and dating violence needs to be addressed. So when I'm thinking about how we're sort of repeating, I'm concerned that we're repeating this pattern in making the conversation about comprehensive sex ed only focused on heterosexual kids when there's lots of different types of sex that's happening at the high school, if you don't already know. There's lots of partners, and we should be making sure that all kids are safe and healthy and all kids have the information that they need. So I'm here to encourage the community to look at the guidance that comes from places like the American Psychological Association and evidence-based queer health education sites. They've done the research, and it sounds like the new curriculum comes from that research. So if it's not being implemented, or one, I guess I would ask the question of, how do you know it's being implemented? What monitoring is happening? Do all staff have the comfort level to be talking about all kinds of sex? There are kids in every district across the United States that are having multiple sex partners, and those sex partners vary in their sexual orientation and gender identity, and we should just have a comfort level in being able to talk about that. Basically what I'm saying is boys and girls who identify outwardly as straight, they're having sex with same-sex partners too. We need to make sure everyone is safe, everyone's getting the information that they need. Educating everyone about all different types of sex and all of the other things that these wonderful students came here to talk about. It will help us to have a better informed community. It will help us to have a safer community. But every child deserves to see themselves in their curriculum. And it sounds like we've got some kiddos who are not seeing themselves in the curriculum. It sounds like we've got some kids who are not feeling safe in our schools. It sounds like we have some kids who just want to be looked at and said, yeah, okay, you're important. And you all are very smart, wonderful people, and you all can figure out how to make this happen. From a mental health perspective, suicide is the second leading cause of death in young people. When young people feel seen, heard, validated, when they get messages from important people like yourselves and teachers that, hey, you're important, I accept you, you're just as important as everyone else, that provides some bubble wrap, some resiliency, some protection on these things that are really hard. I think our kids need more bubble wrap. Thank you.
Lauren?
Good evening. My name is Lauren Aniselli. I am a 4th grade teacher at Quinessa Elementary, and I'm also a resident of North Kingstown. I came here tonight to express my sincere support and gratitude for the district's decision to create and invest in the Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator position. To me, this role represents something much larger than a title or a political buzz phrase. It represents a district willing to look at the whole child, not just academics, but the real-life barriers that directly impact a student's ability to learn and succeed. Every day, we as teachers ask children to come to school ready to learn, but many students are carrying challenges long before they walk through our classroom doors: housing instability, food insecurity, family hardship, lack of access to resources, or just a myriad of unmet basic needs. Those are not political issues, they are educational realities. Before becoming a classroom teacher, I worked as a family engagement coordinator in another district very similar to our own, and I saw firsthand how interconnected these responsibilities truly are. Supporting students experiencing homelessness, strengthening family partnerships, promoting cultural competency, and working to close achievement gaps are not separate conversations. They overlap constantly because children's lives overlap constantly. I also had the opportunity to serve on the interview committee for this position, so I read the job description very closely. What stood out to me was how thoughtful, comprehensive, and student-centered that you have made this role to be. Equity is wide-reaching. It is all-encompassing. It encompasses race, culture, representation, and it also includes economic hardship, disability, housing insecurity, and access to out-of-school time resources that provide opportunities and connections for students who might not otherwise have that. Our Summer Squad program is a perfect example of one of these resources. As one of the most diverse and economically impacted elementary schools in the district, there was honestly a resounding sigh of relief among the teachers at Quinessa when we learned that Lydia Handhart had been hired as our Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator. Because we know the needs that exist in our classroom, and so does she. We know how important it is to have someone focused on advocacy, relationships, support systems, and helping students and families navigate barriers that impact learning. And honestly, at a time when many districts are afraid to innovate for fear of criticism, I find it incredibly encouraging that this district was willing to take a thoughtful, student-centered approach and create a position designed to meet the actual realities that students and families are facing today. So thank you. Thank you for having the courage and commitment to put forth a position that truly puts the children and families of our district first. I am proud to say that I am a part of a district willing to pioneer a role like this. Most importantly, I hope you remember that behind this position is a human being who stepped forward to serve this community, someone who has served this community in a capacity that goes above and beyond a mere job description because it is not just a profession to her, it is her passion. At the end of the day, this role shows us that we as a community are willing to build systems that recognize students as full human beings with real challenges, real dignity, and real potential. And personally, I'm incredibly honored to work in a district that is willing to lead with that kind of mindset. Thank you.
That's all the names that I have for citizens' comment. Is anyone else here for citizen comment? Okay, and as always, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. We also understand folks have school tomorrow and different things, so we also do not find it to be rude if folks leave after speaking. Okay, moving on to the superintendent report. Dr. Duval.
Kept it very brief for tonight. Just want to announce that next week, on Tuesday, May 26th, we are...
Just like, just wait one second.
So I just want to announce that on Tuesday, May 26th, we are having a ribbon-cutting celebration for the opening of North Kingstown High School CTE Machinist Program. The invitations have gone out to everyone. I'm just also putting this out there for the public. It'll take place at 9 o'clock a.m. Over at the D Building on Fairway Drive. And that is in partnership with the school department as well as Electric Boat. And we put this out to many of the dignitaries across the state to join us. So hopefully some school committee members can be there to support that as well as members of the public.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Duva? Okay, moving on to routine items. We will skip A for now, and then going on to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda before we take a motion for it?
C1.
I asked the question and that was not prepared. C1. Anything else?
D1, D2, and E1, 2, and 3.
Sorry, D1, D2, and then E1, 2, 3?
No, E1, 3, and 4, sorry.
Oh, 3 and 4. Okay, anything else? Okay, so I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda minus C1, D1, D2, E1, E3, and E4.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And then we will go back to C1. Can I get a motion for C1, please?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
I just wanted to exempt it because I needed to recuse myself from that vote because I wasn't here last week or at the last meeting.
Yep. Okay, so can we just get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jen?
Oh, aye, sorry.
Okay, so 4 ayes and then
Recuse
1 recuse.
or abstain, whatever.
Abstention.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll move on to D1. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
I just had a question. I just wanted to just maybe it's either question or comment that the amount of this bid is more than what had been listed on the spend down plan previously for the.
Is that a question or statement, Jen? Sorry.
Both.
Okay.
Because it's been updated for this week's iteration, but when it had been presented to us a couple weeks ago, it had been listed as 30,000, and this bid is 40. So I'm just confirming that I guess noting it or questioning it.
Yeah. Bridget, Leslie,
anybody?
Where are you seeing 40, Jen? I'm seeing 42.
Well, I rounded. Sorry.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing a different number. Than
Yeah, no, I rounded.
Bridget.
So Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations. So just to be clear, we're talking about the walk-in cooler freezer. So as presented is the current updated version.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that 2 weeks ago when you all were here, it was 30 and now it's 42.
For the total cost?
Correct. It was presented to us on the spend down plan as being 30 and now it's being presented as 42. So I guess just...
Jen, was it down as 2 line items?
No, it was down as 1. It's on 2 now, but it was on 1 before. So I'm just acknowledging, stating, questioning drawing attention to the difference in pricing over the past 2 weeks.
So I can say we've spent a lot of time in the last 2 weeks really analyzing and formulating a plan, and I believe that this is the most up-to-date. It may have been different from before, but I think it's maybe because it's been taken in its entirety with the spend down plan.
So the 42 that we're approving of the bid is the correct price?
Yes, based on the spend down plan and everything that we've put forward,
And I do see that the
yes.
spend down plan tonight has been updated to reflect
Yes.
that. I just wanted
we just
to-
haven't gotten there yet.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
All right, so it costs $42,370.72, and so if the committee approves D1, we would then have to take that into consideration when we're looking at the spend out plan later. Correct?
Correct, and it is updated on that. I'm just, like I said, drawing attention to the fact.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions regarding D1? Okay, we have a motion to approve, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a train?
It's not like a train. Like it.
All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of approving D1, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to D2, please.
Make a motion to approve D2.
Second.
Okay, I have the same similar question, comment. It had been listed as 50, this is 64, so.
I would say Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations, same thing. We've spent an exorbitant amount of time this past 2 weeks to really hone in on, the vision and what we're doing, and I believe as presented is what we're looking to do.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding this? Just to clarify, I know is this a reflection of all of the schools that had requested new tables? Like, I know at some point we had a couple different conversations, but is this the entirety, or is it something that we'll need to do more tables at other schools in the near future?
So Wickford Middle School is not included
Yeah,
because of the construction, and I will say Stony Lane and Quidnesset are not included because they have tables that go into the wall, and they have specifically asked both groups to please keep the tables as is.
We can't get new wall tables?
We can certainly look into it. They have specifically come to us and requested not to do that at this time.
They're in working order.
Yes.
Wall tables.
Huh?
Said wall tables. They like the
Yeah.
wall tables.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the tables? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of approving D2, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Then we'll move on to E1. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Do you have a second?
Was that E1 or E3?
E1.
E1. Wait a second.
Did you say wait a second or?
No,
a
sorry.
second?
I'll
Okay.
second. I also saw.
Let me
I
think
also
about it.
heard. Wait a second.
Okay.
So here we are. Okay. So go ahead.
So, Ken, without going into specifics, can you just generally explain for people who may have questions what this agenda item means as a larger agenda item, not specifically like to this particular personnel item?
Yeah, sure. So every year, anytime that there are changes in staffing FTEs that are not related to job performance, this is on the agenda prior to June 1. And there are very minimal changes that are being made that fall under here, and confidentiality and staffing. We can't get into specifics.
Also, we need
but
to skip this one for now because we have to go back into executive.
Well, that was my other question. We didn't talk about any of these.
Right, so
items.
don't
Yeah, so we have to skip them all.
Can I
Skip
get,
them
should
all.
we be
That's why
pulling
I thought
out
we were pulling them
1,
out.
2, 3, and 4? Because I think you didn't say 2.
I didn't say 2. Yeah.
Right. So can we go back and pull 2 out too?
Nope.
You already approved it.
No, so what I would recommend is that we'll go back to it in executive, have conversations. If the vote needs to be amended, we could come back out and do that at that point,
Yes,
but I would just leave it as is for now, and
So
then
we'll
we would.
table all of these for now.
We'll just skip, we're not
skip.
tabling,
Okay,
we're just
we're gonna
skipping
skip.
E1, 3, and 4. And then after our executive session, if we are concerned about the vote that we took for E2, we will circle, we can figure out how to remedy that using Robert's Rules of Order and Google.
Erin, can you just clarify for everyone listening why we just did that? I know you kind of said it, but
Yeah, so we didn't finish executive session as stated at the beginning of the meeting, and so some of these items are confidential personnel that we would be discussing in there, so we need to go back in, and so we can't do anything with them now because we have to do that first. And normally we do that first, but we didn't get to. So here we are.
Okay.
Okay, so we will skip those and come back.
Just because we have people here, are we waiting to the very end of our meeting to go into executive?
We certainly are.
Just
Yep.
people are waiting for that.
Yes, and I am sorry for that immensely, for you all and us.
Move quick.
Yep, that is the goal. Okay, so we are going to, so all of the ones that we pulled out are done, correct? So we will now move on to reports. Okay, so we have a special report presented, wellness policy annual report. We have that attached. Do the committee members have any questions?
Yeah, do you want me to kind of review it?
Yeah, you're welcome to if you'd like.
So Trish and I just kind of recapped what we did this year. We met 5 times so far, reviewing the health curriculum, advancing elementary and middle school anti-vaping initiatives, and coordinating wellness policy assessments. So the vaping prevention served as a primary focus for the committee this year, and so we just kind of highlighted what we did. We did elementary early intervention with Tar Wars being presented to the 4th and 5th graders at all of the elementary schools. At the middle school engagement, we teamed up with the school assistant counselors and the Prevention Coalition, and we hosted like a lunchtime What is in a Vape exhibit, and we launched our first anti-vaping poster contest. And then we also did vaping education curriculum. So Mr. Mazzanati came to one of our meetings and just went through like how it's all connected at each grade. And then the wellness initiative and progress reports. The community outreach, we did a showing of screenagers at the high school, which was kind of geared toward the elementary school kids. And then our wellness assessment, which was successfully executed district-wide, which I think was a lot on all the principals because it was this spreadsheet and they had to fill out all of it. But it was great because it kind of gave us some information on what our goals are for next year. And they'll also be presented the practices at the August administration retreat. And then at next month's meeting, Mr. Manis and I is coming back to kind of present the health curriculum and just kind of, we're discussing to recruiting new members and establishing our goals for 26-27.
Great, thank you. Any questions regarding the Health and Wellness Advisory Subcommittee report? I just had one quick question, Sherry. Do we know how many people were in attendance at Screenagers?
I do not.
All right, that's okay. Can you find it? I'm just curious.
I
just
can,
because it was at a tough
actually.
time for the.
Yeah, I
so
don't think it was
curious.
as much as we wanted, and I'll be honest, it was kind of like Allie, who at the time was the coordinator, put it together, and then obviously she left.
Yep.
So
No
I think
judgment,
she
just
would've-
curiosity. Yeah.
But I think it was good. I think if we ever did it again, I think having it earlier, because it was like at the high school at like 7 o'clock at night, which is a little late for elementary school kids. So, but I can find out because I know.
Perfect. Any other questions regarding that? Is this something that needs to be officially, we don't have to do anything with this, it's not something that goes along with the statute, correct? Right.
Yeah, I think it's just we have to report it.
Just a report.
Yep, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure we were in
report it.
compliance with whatever we need to do for the state part. So thank you so much. Financial report. Any questions or comments from the administration regarding that?
I just was very happy to see that it was a net positive for the musical, so, because I know we had talked about whether it would be, so good job. Yay, musical.
I thought the same thing. I was like kind of excited that the tickets were so much higher.
Yeah.
Because I know we had estimated the 32,000.
Yeah.
So good job, like selling all the tickets.
Yeah.
So good. The students did such a good job. It was so good.
Yeah, and I think like just the promoting of it was awesome, and you can see
That's great.
the difference of the ticket sales.
Okay. Perfect. Any other questions regarding that?
Actually, do you have, Ms. Doctor, do you have any feedback though? Like, do you think next year they'll be able to go back just for future to having more shows, or will we kind of not know?
Well, that's a decision that the director and assistant director will make regarding how they want to run their program. If they're going to do two, I believe that it's going to be one weekend, 3 shows again. I don't know.
Just let us know so that we can make sure the budget's correct.
Our spring musical, it's kind of dependent on calendars of like statewide music festivals, and that's
so if they don't do it again the way they did this year.
So if they do it again the way they did it this year, it'll be the same 4 shows over 1 weekend in the spring.
And the other question regarding the report? Okay, moving on to the advising subcommittee reports. Building is first.
Kenny, you want to do that?
Yes. I'm just trying to rack my brain back to that meeting. So at the last building meeting, we had an update from our OPM and our architects. They went through the renderings of the drawings for the Latin Media Centers, as well as the Whitford Middle School with the designs for the updated designs of the Whitford Middle School.
Okay, questions?
Okay, anything else? Did I interrupt?
No, it's just more updates.
That's all. We went through some drawings.
Okay, health and wellness.
All right, we met on Wednesday, May 13th. The meeting was focused on discussing the RIHSC wellness policy assessment, which I talked about all the stuff that was each of the schools filled out. Several schools within the district were identified as performing below meeting standard in key wellness categories. So we bridge these gaps to maintain our commitment to students' health, and I'm just going to kind of summarize the outline of what we talked about doing next year to sort of bridge that gap. So formalize wellness communication, so including a dedicated wellness policy update and at least 2 of the staff meetings per year to ensure faculty alignment, and create a digital suggestion box in the school newsletters, specifically soliciting parent and student input on wellness initiatives. Also optimizing cafeteria environments, verifying all water dispensers, water fountains, and filling stations are fully functional and actively promote their use for students, and then implementing a menu feedback tool to involve students in the healthy food promotions and menu selections. And then we also talked about student council involvement. The student compost and recycling project started actually with a presentation from the student council at Forest Park on healthier lunches that included recycling and composting. So we know the student councils have good ideas and we want to help them execute them. So we're kind of thinking next year to sort of have the schools come and present at the meetings to see what they're doing so we can figure out how to help them. We also recapped all our success this year. The vaping prevention and education was our focus, and we discussed how we could continue this in the future. So we talked about student engagement and visual literacy, middle school vaping poster contests, and we talked about creating a what is in the vapes display for both the middle school and the high school. So the student assistant counselors and even the health teachers would have it to use while they're presenting the health curriculum. Then just early intervention, like maybe again trying to see if we could do the Tar Wars for the, as the 3rd graders go to the 4th grade. And then one big thing was just all of the stuff that we did was coordinated with the help of the Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator, which I'm very happy to have a new one, the principals, teachers, and the student assistant counselors. So it was just great getting the whole community together to focus on this. And our next meeting is Thursday, June 4th, and Mr. Nez and I will be discussing with us the health curriculum to make sure current health trends and prevention needs are being met, especially since it's the first year our new curriculum's out, just to make sure it's being executed how it should be. And that's it.
Any questions for health and wellness? Okay, policy.
The Policy Advisory Committee met last night, May 18th. We finished discussing the district's appeal policy that we had started reviewing in December. That's the policy that outlines the process for students and parents, guardians to follow when they're seeking resolutions to differences. The proposed revisions will be on the agenda for school committee review at the first meeting in June. We briefly discussed the need for a change order procedure to allow the superintendent to approve change orders during the building construction process. There's a question whether our existing policy that we just updated is sufficient or whether we need a new policy. Our attorney is going to review and advise. We reviewed a draft of a new policy that will require school handbooks to be approved by the school committee prior to their distribution to the school committee to ensure that they're in alignment with district policies. The proposed draft will be on the agenda for school committee review at the first meeting in June. And we began discussions on a revision to the student conduct policy, which has not been updated since 2012. Assistant Superintendent Mezzanotte had asked the DEI Advisory Committee to review it from an equity perspective based on the concerns that have been raised in the equity audit around disproportionate and biased discipline. The Policy Advisory Committee began work on incorporating their feedback along with Rob's proposed changes, and the first draft of that will be sent back to Rob for him to review with his administrative team. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 26th.
Any questions for policy? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to school redistricting start times and transportation fees.
Yep, we did not have a quorum at our last meeting, so the meeting was canceled.
Great. Unfinished business?
Can I make a motion that we move up L under new business curriculum update for social studies, library, media, art, and music to the next item on the agenda?
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Can I get a motion to pull that item now?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Any questions from the committee or information the administration would like to share?
Yes, please. I would like to share some. So regarding this item has been brought forward to the agenda as an update in order to inform the committee of the excellent work that has been completed by our teachers in revising the current curriculum. This year, per policy, teams of teachers have updated the curriculum in the following areas: social studies K-8, music K-12, art K-12, and library media K-12. These updated documents reflect careful consideration of applicable learning standards, guiding questions, scope and sequence, assessments, and alignment to vision of the learner. Teachers work diligently to ensure that the document puts student learning at the center, with an emphasis on high-level thinking skills and deep learning. I would like to thank our teachers, some of whom are in attendance tonight, for their impressive efforts, and I would also like to thank the many parents, students, administrators, and community partners who contributed to this work by volunteering to attend curriculum committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for, it was really interesting to go through this and like see everything. I had seen Mia Thompson last night at policy, and I said, like, for somebody who's not an educator and who is not like knows like the curriculum, it was really easy to read and really easy to understand, and it was really great like to get like that in-depth look into what you all do daily. So I appreciate that. It was really interesting on the library studies to see what level of digital literacy is being taught and how much library studies has changed from like the little library card in the pull-out drawer. It's definitely not that. And I appreciate the updated social studies standards and how those are really now reflecting things like the displacement of indigenous people and the history of enslavement in the country. I did have a question, Rob, about, so you mentioned we had art. I love the pictures of the students' artwork in that also. You talked about library, you talked about music, and according to our policy, it had looked like PE and ELA were also supposed to be having something, and science were also supposed to be having something done this year. Is that?
So science is a situation involving the Department of Ed with the standards that they haven't met their responsibilities with that, with providing us with an adequate number of curricula to choose from that are approved. The science departments have been actively working to revise curriculum, including the middle school adopting Open SciEd a couple of years ago, in grades 4 and 5 adopting Open SciEd as well next year. The high school team is still in process again of waiting on RIDE to provide us with the appropriate options within the approved curricula, and that hasn't been provided to date.
So we'll need to amend that policy to reflect that. Okay.
And what about ELA and PE?
I know ELA is on track for revision next year, or at least a look into next year at the K-8 level. PE was looked at. Excuse me, there's 1 second. ELA, yep, it is. So ELA, we're looking at, number one, at the 6 to 8 level is going through a revision for the EL curriculum, and for the 9 to 12 area for ELA, they did complete a pilot this year, and the team is actively looking at options that they are considering exploring for either adopting, well, not adopting the new pilot, or looking into another pilot, or applying for a waiver, which they have done in previous years from the Department of Ed. So we're in the process of doing that. As far as the PE piece, it says that PE was revised last year and was implemented this year for K-12 in PE
Okay,
curriculum.
so it was
Yep, it was
implemented this year.
implemented this year, was revised last year.
Okay.
Almost threw me off there for a second, Jen.
Okay.
But yes, it was new this year.
Revised in 2025.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Questions from the committee? One thing that I was curious on curriculum update, Rob, is I know I'd heard a couple different folks reference an SEL curriculum at the middle school and delays surrounding that. And so do you have any context on that? Or social emotional, something in that context?
Yep, we're actively seeking the adoption of a social emotional learning curriculum at the middle school level. That's in process. We want to be thoughtful in the process that we use to choose that curriculum. It's a very important curriculum. And we want to make sure that we are, investing in one that meets our needs, meets our students' needs first, and also, is something that is involves the input from staff.
So is there a committee actively working on that, like these ones did, or is it not that far along?
It's not that far along at this point, but it's the SEL curriculum is a little bit of a different process than what is referred to here in the policy. It's not directly, referenced by the policies. SEL is a little bit of a different process than a traditional curricular area, but there will be input from stakeholders with the adoption of a curriculum.
Do you have a timeline or no? And it's sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, it's okay. At this point, the timeline is we'd like to see an implementation some point next year.
Okay.
But can I interject? But we kind of have something like social emotional learning within the health curriculum.
We do.
I'm only saying this because I feel like the 7th graders had something really good
We do.
to share with the health curriculum.
We've had SEL curriculums at the middle level as well in the past that we still use. Like there's maybe not to like it's full extent, but we have used them. Like I know that DMS uses they use concepts from the Choose Love curriculum that they've had in the past, which has to do with like the gosh, I'm blanking on it now. It's the.
I just want to say that it's not like we don't have anything in the
right,
schools.
Exactly.
Like
yes.
No worries. And that's more than enough of information. I just
Yep.
was curious where that was in the seeing how much work and thought goes into these. I was just curious where it was in the timeline as
Sure.
one that I know is important to you all.
Yep.
Any other questions regarding this information? It's under. Do we have to do anything for our policy?
Nope.
No, just FYI.
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe, like, as far as like anything that has to do with the curriculum has already been accounted for in the budget, correct?
Correct.
Great. All right, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move back up to wherever we were, and the nice staff that is here may go on. Huh? For that, just for that. Huh? No, that wasn't funny. Okay, great. Thank you, yeah. Okay, so can I get a motion for A?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions from the committee or information that the administration would like to provide?
I have 2 questions. So the memo indicates that the program is currently servicing 3 students. It does not indicate whether they are all from, whether they're all from North Kingstown or not. Are they here? Are the 3 students that Momentum is servicing, are they all North Kingstown
That's
students?
the only ones I would know. Yeah, those 3 are North Kingstown. They may be servicing other kids. I don't believe they are, but they definitely have 3 of our kids right now. Potentially another 4 starting. Another 4 starting.
A 4. Okay, so we don't know how many total students.
No, I don't.
Okay.
They're private clinics. I would only really be, I'd only have the access to our kids.
Okay. And then where do we stand in terms of market value for that space?
So I will say I was supposed to bring that and I didn't when we had it the budget.
Oh, were you saying, Sherry, you were supposed to bring
Well,
it to
because
the
originally
budget?
the Budget and Finance had asked to bring it to the school committee, but I never actually put it on the agenda.
No, we had asked about it here ourselves.
We did, but I think we talked about it too. All right, so we did. Because I was thinking in my head, I thought we did, but then I'm like,
No, we definitely
maybe
talked
we
about
didn't.
it here. Yes.
Ken, were you able to find any information? I know you
So,
were looking into it.
No, I'm still looking, so I talked to Aaron about last week, reaching out to other districts that
have similar
that
like
have
things.
programs, not necessarily this, but have programs that they are renting space to. So I'm still looking for getting actual numbers from other districts that do something similar to what we do.
So are we tabling this like this?
I actually sent a document that might have gotten lost in people's emails to both Kenny and Leslie Ann about what the approximate cost based on space. It was called office rental costs in South County.
When does the lease expire?
September
9th.
September.
So we can see this at our next meeting, so we can find that email and, right? Okay.
Okay.
September 1.
So I would recommend just skip on this one, because I know that's an important resource for you all.
Are you,
Huh?
I have the email, I can send it to the committee.
It's fine because it literally
We would
says it's a
definitely-
review of a momentum lease, but we don't even have a lease to review. So we are gonna have to
Yeah, like we would
continue
need
this
the new
anyway
lease.
at a different time.
Okay, any other questions for the committee, so that the next time we see it, we'll be able.
Well, I guess wouldn't we be signing another lease with them, correct? Because I know what you're saying, because this is last year's lease.
Correct. This is not an updated lease.
So,
So we just have to move this to a different meeting.
But I guess I want to say, like, we probably do want to see the new lease, in case anything changed.
Yeah, I think this was like, there was a provision in the lease that we would review, like, that we could review it after a certain date, so I think this is that review. Not necessarily the lease renewal, but the review of where things stand.
Yep, so we got the memo.
But the
which is
lease does
for-
expire September 1,
Yep.
2026, so you'll need to, I'm scanning it now, but I think you'll definitely, as Sherry said, you're gonna need to look and get an extension.
Yeah, because I couldn't, is there?
Okay, so it sounds like the
There's no
committee,
extension, right? Okay.
the committee still is curious about getting some comps for that, and it sounds like it's being worked on, which is amazing. And so I would say, taking that into consideration, presenting us with another lease based on the memo of what you all think it should be, whether it's similar or different based on the information you have, and then we'll put it on when you're ready and we'll take a look. But yeah, obviously we only have a couple meetings left, so September comes fast in your world. All right, anything else on that? Okay, so I'll do a motion to table that one, please.
Motion to table?
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then move on to the next item.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. So that's the child nutrition spend down plan. Questions regarding that? We already clarified some, I guess, like more accurate numbers due to bids.
Yeah. So I did have a couple other questions. In the memo, I had a question because if you add up who am I asking my questions to?
We're all just, we've been working
I'll
on it
just shoot them out
together. It's
into
like
the
a
universe. So,
group
okay, so if you take the revised spend down plan, and you take the new things that were added and you update the numbers, right? It comes to a total of $1.4 million between fiscal year 25-26 and 27. That's the new total. And so if the audited fund balance at the start of fiscal 26 was 1.8, you take the 1.8 minus 1.4, you end up with 381, not the 500.
No,
Don't worry, we'll make
I should have put a bullet when I did this.
Okay.
When we were talking about it. So actually, so what you have to do is, what I wanted to show, or what we're showing, is that 1.4 was the anticipated. That's what we were expecting the things to cost.
Yeah.
That was the spend down. So actually, what you have to look at is
D.
Is the D. So
Okay.
it's the 689 plus
Gotcha.
the bottom for 27. That gets you to, I think it's like 1.3.
Okay.
So that's the number I have at the bottom
Okay.
of what we think is actually the dollars that are going to go out the door.
I would say that.
I gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
That based on what you're seeing, like when you're getting like real bids on things, like I would anticipate there are other things that are going to cost more than what kind of our original thoughts were, which isn't a bad thing because we're working on spending it down and reinvesting it into the district. But I do want to just acknowledge that I know you're trying your best to put a budget forward of what it might cost, but like just with what it seems like prices are coming back, it seems like consistently a little bit higher, so I would anticipate that to continue happening unless you don't.
That was my other question, right, was like, so those were the only numbers that changed, were the ones that the bids went out on, and so I guess my question is, are the other numbers accurate to the best of your recollection as of this point in time, considering that the other ones were accurate as of 2 weeks ago, right? So that's my question there. And then
They won't know until.
I know, but
right.
And it's kind of been a way, like, so prior to Bridget, there were things that Trish and I had looked at, and we put it in here thinking that, you know, quotes that we had gotten were in the hundreds of thousands, and they came back at half the price. And we were like, okay, so like we had some really drastic changes on some things in one direction, and then we had other things where we thought we had put in plenty, and the bids came in $12,000-$15,000 higher. So it's fluxing in both directions. It's been a challenge, but we are, you know, we're kind of taking it piece by piece, and we're trying to be very, very strategic with how we're updating it. I think we can give you more frequent updates as we go through the process.
I see the note about, I see that the offset in the negative balance for the unpaid meal has increased from 14 to 23,000 from the last iteration. I see that there's a note about updating a policy draft for school committee review and consideration. Is that forthcoming shortly? Or?
Yes, it was almost ready to send yesterday, so I'm very close to moving it forward.
Do you want that? Will it be ready to put on the policy agenda for the?
That is certainly my hope. Yes.
Okay.
And Jen, I just want to speak to that because that's one of those where right now, if we looked at that line item as of today, which is what we put in here, the negative balance is at 23. But the way the actual fund works is it's offset by any receivables that come in. And so consistently we have shown for the last, 3-4 years that it's been between like around 13 or 14,000. But we wanted to make sure we included what it was showing right now in that balance because that's what it could be. But once we do, we won't know until I actually do the audit. So that number could change in like October.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we had talked about doing that. Then you had said it was lowballed based on that, and we wanted to see it go up. And then my other question was, and I know we're going to talk about the concession thing later, but I see that the tow package came out of the spend down plan.
The what?
So I think what I'd like to talk about with the spend down plan most specifically is the new information that we got this past week from RIDE that is going to allow us to spend some of the money on some specific equipment at the new Wickford Middle School. And based on that information, we're going to be working to figure out what exact items we can include that would qualify, make sure we have the permission and authorization in writing before we move it forward. This is our budget estimate. It is my recommendation that with this new information, we table the concession truck and use the money that was going to be allotted for that along with the other money for the Wickford Middle School and free up some bond funds so we can add in some of our alternate items as we can.
I agree with that completely, but the truck is still, the trailer is still in there, but the tow package came out.
So it is a truck now.
Yeah, we're not towing. It would be a truck now, but as Bridget said, so that will.
But I hear what you're saying about wanting to move in a different direction, but you've still got the money in here for the actual.
So yeah, so I would say.
This all just happened Friday with RIDE giving
yes,
us.
And I would say.
I have to submit something.
As much as I would like to not do this, do we want to table this one more time?
So my recommendation at this time is to approve the spend down plan minus the concession truck, and we can put down the spend out. The only reason we were doing the concession truck is because we had previously promised it, and we had been working on it. So we wanted to show all of the work
I'm 100% fine with taking it out. I'm questioning it because it still is.
So I would be fine if the group so chose to please strike it from the spend down plan, approve the plan with the money combining the truck and the Wickford Middle School amounts as the new spend down plan
So you
as
would wanna
recommended.
I think that we need to table this and have, because you would then want to have that money added to the WMS thing, so instead of that being 200, you would want it to be 320.
Yes, that is my preference and recommendation. If the group is not comfortable with that, I would recommend moving forward with approving the spend down plan as is, and pausing on the the concession trailer. I'm sorry, the truck, and seeing how things shake out.
Yeah.
Those would be my
The three of
recommendations.
us had a conference call with Bob Gauthier from RIDE on Friday, and that was when he said it was, we were going to be able to take that money. I'll submit the permission, and then he would, he'll approve depending on what we submit.
Yeah, so we can pause on that, and then if that doesn't come to fruition, we don't get it in writing, whatever it might be, then we could always go back and add it in. So I would just say,
So what do you want to do with this?
I would like us to make a motion on it.
I'm sorry, before you make a motion, Bridget, this probably goes without saying because you are extremely intelligent. But I assume that you are going to put all of this on our upcoming Building Advisory Committee agenda for our June 3rd meeting in terms of the Wickford Middle School.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So
Can I interject one thing just for clarification based on what Ryan had said, as I don't know if this will determine what we change and how we do this. So because of the timeline for Wickford Middle School, we can use the funds. RIDE will give us the amount of time we need to be able to use it for that project, but we wouldn't be purchasing those items in fiscal 27, so it wouldn't be listed in the fiscal 27 spend down as the additional 120 added to it, because it would have to be done when Wickford is complete.
So would that
So
I would just say that it's possible. We are working with Peregrine all the way along to figure out when we can purchase things and try to fit it into, as soon as we can to meet the spend down requirement.
As long as RIDE doesn't care.
Responsibly.
They don't.
And RIDE
As
is
long as
very
we get
supportive of
it
the
in writing
approach.
that RIDE doesn't
Yes.
care,
We're-
like not.
yes.
I don't mean don't care, but I mean
No.
if they're comfortable,
Correct.
they're the
They're
ones
okay
that
with
are
it.
dictating the spending
Correct.
plan. If they are comfortable with
They are.
the delay of that spending for the new building,
Yes.
and we're able to reallocate that, we're certainly not
Yes.
opposed to that.
No, I think the most
I just
pressing
say that
thing
so
is
that we
this
can
motion.
determine how you'd like me to visually
So you're saying
represent it.
we
since it
probably
might not
shouldn't
be
put it in
voiced.
here then.
Okay. I would
Well,
wait,
except that
hold
it's
on.
possible.
But possible.
I think we should make a motion to approve this with Leslie will give us the number, and we're gonna take out, say, as presented minus whatever
IT.
Leslie tells us, and then I'm hearing Bridget say that they would like us to approve this because we need to do this, and especially for the FY26 stuff, it's May, so we need to move forward, so I would say whatever, give us the number that you would like, and we can make a motion to indicate that.
Yeah, I would agree.
I also have one
would
question
suggest-
though. Before that, sorry, I did have one question. Trish, I've noticed the vending machines in the middle school are sitting there but are not operational. And I noticed there's a sign that says no working or coming soon or whatever.
I'll check on that tomorrow.
Were they
Which
ever
middle
working?
school?
Because I have never
They
seen
were
them.
definitely working at Davisville.
This is at WMS
Yeah,
near the
they've
gym.
been working.
Oh, I was talking about the ones in the cafeteria.
The ones in the gyms are both working?
I'll check on
Okay,
it.
perfect.
If somebody put a
No worries.
order.
Yeah, I never saw them be functional, so I was
Yeah.
curious if there was a delay, in networking or something bigger than us that were delaying students being able to access those. So that's great. Thank you for checking on that. Because I did notice that the high school's getting another one, which is good.
So the number she's gonna give us, that's gonna remove the truck and anything related to the truck, and then the money that we're gonna hold aside for the Wickford purchase.
Those two things are friends.
Yeah,
Right,
so
okay, I just wanna make sure.
we could say the line item we would want for the Wickford Middle School would be 332,000. And I can add the note, to be spent in 27 or 28.
I think you need to
Where
come
did you
back.
get 332 from? Because it was
I took the
200.
200,000 and added the 132 from the concession truck.
It was only 120 in what was presented to us. It wasn't, yeah.
Oh, no, it was 120 plus the wrap plus the
okay,
concession
gotcha,
starter package. I added all the items that had to do with it.
So,
which is
and
130.
I don't think we need to do to be whatever. I would like to wait. You all can go to the building advisory committee. You can figure out that piece, and then when you come back, we would do a different motion to allocate the money for the project. But I think right now, would just basically say, approve this minus 332, and then once you have more info for mine, we can make a motion to allocate that, if you're okay with that.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I think that's really the vision here, is that we're trying to find the money to best spend in the interest of all the schools.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to approve it until it goes to building advisory, though, and make sure that with Peregrine and everyone that it all works into the plan. And I also would like to see things in writing from RIDE before committing that 332. But I'm totally fine not committing it in this moment.
Yes, so we can just take it out of it and then approve it.
Yep, and then move forward, and then we'll see you later for that.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Yes. So motion as presented minus.
Okay, so a motion to approve the child nutrition spend down plan minus the $332,000.
Second. Okay. Any further discussion? Great. Thank you for being so thoughtful on this and working to get.
You say all
that.
And can
I know I'm in discussion. I'm thinking how the motion works. I'm thanking them for their good work on working through this.
Okay, say your nice things fast.
Since we're in discussion, if it's possible, since we're tabling the truck at this moment, perhaps we can table that portion of the agenda this evening so that we don't have to. Wonderful, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Then we can release. Then we can send some friends home.
Did we have any, Leslie? We didn't have any anticipated revenue built in.
No, we took it out.
We took it out, right? Okay. That's what I thought we did, but just wanted to double check. Okay.
We took out the revenue and any expenses that we had built out.
Understood. Thank you. All right. So, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to C. Can I get a motion for C, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions regarding this one? Or anything that the administration wants to point
Penny,
out?
do you want to?
Yeah, nope, I will, sorry. So this is a contract change with DVVW. It does not impact cost. There's a zero cost change to the contract. It's just a timeline. So the document that you have, that spreadsheet, it's just reorganizing the work that's getting done in the allocation of the funds. Everything still stays within budget, but because we're adjusting that timeline, along with the reallocation of the funding for each of the phases of work, we're just amending the contract for that purpose.
Do we have the original one?
You have, no, you don't have the original one. So additional stuff got attached with this that shouldn't have been, so it was part of the packet. So we are looking at the AIA document is going to be the updated contract for this.
I don't remember signing this originally, but maybe you read it.
It was back in, we had done it back in September and November. That's what I have from the last contracts.
So is there anything of note, of significance of the timelines, of like things that are delayed or things that?
So there's absolutely nothing is delayed.
Yep.
There's no delays in any of the projects that we're doing. It was just reallocating the cost of the fundings. If you look, from design development and construction documents and bidding that need to be completed for the projects that we have. So it's listed for each of the schools.
And the building advisory committee approved this?
Yes, we already went through building advisory. Yes, you actually, what was attached was a lot of other documents that we had looked at as well, but it's just the AI contract that's at the end of that packet.
G801.
Yes.
We read this at funsies. All right, any questions regarding this? Okay, so hearing none, we'll do I need a motion to approve or discuss?
To discuss.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to D.
I will make a motion to discuss JIJC cell phones, personal electronic devices in school.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy required by RIGL 162143, which outlines the expectations for North Kingstown students regarding the use of personal electronic devices during the school day. This policy defines what a personal electronic device is, prohibits the use of them during school hours, and outlines the expectations for management of the devices. It also lists the exceptions as provided by statute and the NKSD's consequences/interventions for violations of the policy, as well as student and staff expectations. At this time, I am recommending approval.
Do we have a second?
Make
Or do you- yeah. No, make a motion.
That is a motion.
That is a motion. I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion?
So I wasn't here, unfortunately, at the last meeting when this first came up. I just had a quick question about the elementary school rules in this policy regarding having phones on the school buses. And I do know that we did get someone writing in, a resident wrote in about that as well. Only because I do believe that the policy or the law was put into place to break away from the distractions during instructional time. So I'm just wondering if the implementation of the part of the policy that talks about it being on school buses is a little bit of an overreach, and also even if not, what is the plan to, how are we going to implement that? How are we going to monitor that? The bus drivers, the monitors?
So that was added, excuse me, that was an item that was added after discussion. There's been much discussion on this policy, and part of the discussion included consultation with our administrative team and having them give their feedback. And one of the things that was added at the elementary level specifically because building administrators at the elementary level, with their experience, have talked about the root of many really issues having to do with student interactions, even cases of bullying in some cases, or really inappropriate behavior, has to do with electronic devices being used on school buses. And we felt that in an effort to really send that message to people that really it's not appropriate for that, especially because policing on school buses, that's the wrong word, policing, oversight of the supervision of the students on the school buses is really a challenge because the driver has to be obviously driving. That language would be important to have in there because it again sends a message to families and to students that it's not appropriate for students at that age to be using devices on the bus because it can lead to often behavior that's problematic at that level. Again, that was kind of inputted by the principals through their experience. There's been many cases that have been brought to them that kind of stemmed at that age from the use of electronic devices on the school bus. There's an environment on the school bus and maybe a maturity level with those kids at that age that can be problematic behavior. And so it kind of came from that.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And again, I really don't have input. That's the administration's job to be able to implement the policy and implement the oversight. I guess I just was wondering if it's on your radar about if this policy does pass as is, how are you going to address the bus drivers and bus monitors about, let's say someone does take out their phone. Sure. What happens when you do violate the policy? What happens to the students? Do they get the phones get taken away? Do they just have to be put away? Or what about multiple infractions?
Yeah, so there's going to be building-based protocols for that, and I would expect that there's going to be a progression that has to do a little bit with violations. Again, violations are not all the same, so some might be a little more significant than others, might warrant a different response. But I believe that our principals are in a good position to do that, as well as our transportation bus drivers and such. And a lot of times, again, these cases can take a lot of different forms. But the reality is, what we've seen more than we'd like is issues that are brought to the school maybe after the fact of the use of electronic device on the bus that maybe weren't noticed at the time, but were brought to the school after the fact that resulted in actions that had to be taken. And so we want to make sure that students and families have a clear message of at that age they're really not appropriate to be used on the bus.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No.
Other questions from the committee? Okay.
Oh, sorry. I do have one more question, and I'm sorry if I don't believe this was addressed in the last meeting. I did watch the video, the recording. Is there going to be, because the law really doesn't officially take place until this summer, even though we have started to do the process this year, is there going to be information sent out to the parents and the families at the beginning of the year, for instance, for the elementary school level, the middle school, and high school
this is effective immediately.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This starts tomorrow.
Yeah, like what are we doing with the effective
Yeah,
date?
no,
Are we
I
doing
completely
this-
agree
yeah,
that
no,
communication
like-
goes out, but there's no,
Yeah.
this starts in September, unless we put it in.
Yeah, like are we, because this will change the protocols for what's been happening at the schools. So are we?
To Megan's point, it definitely does need to be
Yeah.
communicated, but that is something that we should consider as well, as if we do want to put it in effective
Yes, so-
literally tomorrow, or do we want to
Do it
put it on
when-
September
yeah.
1 or whatever the first day of school is.
I mean, that's up to you guys.
Yeah,
to vote.
no, I'm
You
saying
certainly
we would
pass
need to
the second
amend it.
read effective September
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
effective.
We would want to work that into the motion,
I
if
would,
that's our
I would
intent.
make sure there's some leeway time in there so we
Yeah.
can get.
Yeah, like a grace
We
period.
don't want it
Yeah.
starting.
Yeah. So I would recommend that go in the motion.
Rob, do you have thoughts on that?
I agree with Dr. Duva. I think given the date we're at right now, on May 19th, with a month left of school, I think any sort of communication and maybe change at this point is going to be quite difficult. So I would recommend that we do what.
With the start of the next school year?
That's correct.
Okay, further discussion?
No, I agree, because I feel like, yeah, the parents
too
and,
quick.
and kids need to know.
Yeah.
Because I don't think all the buildings are exactly doing what is in the policy.
No, and this will,
Now,
like, this policy is different from what some of the schools have been doing, so
Mhm.
it is a shift.
Okay, so I would need,
I
are we in a
will
motion
amend
to?
my motion, and I will make a motion to approve this
No,
policy.
or you could withdraw it
I will
and then
withdraw
make a
my
new one.
motion, and I will make a motion to approve this policy effective with the start of the 26, 27 school year.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Nope. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
I will make a motion to discuss JRAAB student surveys.
Second.
This is the second read of a new policy which establishes the parameters of information that may be sought in student surveys and to comply with the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, the PPRA Act. This policy defines PPRA and non-PPRA policies, establishes the notice that is required to parents, guardians for each, and gives information on how to opt out of surveys, and outlines the data protection and integrity measures. Rob, I noticed that you had gone in and made a comment in the draft policy, not this policy, under notice for F. The current language says teachers shall be responsible for ensuring that students who have opted out do not participate in the survey. And it looks like you wanted to change the language from ensuring that students who have opted out to informing students that they have been opted out. So
Yeah, and the reason that came from was because of discussion that happened at the administrative level among building principals. So the reality is, again, like in the application of this sort of thing, we obviously know there are quite a few surveys that are sent out at the high school level, especially among students conducting their senior projects and things of that nature. I feel that it's a heavy and I would say unreasonable burden to place on teachers to ensure that every student who is opted out doesn't participate in the survey, only because there are cases where we've had students who have been opted out of the surveys but who try to kind of willingly on their own complete surveys, and that happens sometimes in the midst of a lot of things going on, and for teachers to assume the burden of ensuring that students do that is, I think, unreasonable. So based on our discussion, we suggested that the teacher's responsibility simply be to just inform students that who are opted out of surveys, but to take the step of actually like going in and checking if each student has actually not done it, I think would be an unreasonable burden to ask.
okay, and I agree with you, but how does that work now? Let's say that I opted my child out, right? And then my child decided to take the survey anyways, right? And then I'm mad and I call you and I say, I opted my kid out. What do you tell me? Like, how does that work?
I'm going to say that the student was aware of the fact that they had been opted out of the survey and they chose to do so anyway.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Any other questions regarding this? Okay. Are we in a motion to approve?
No, we were in a motion to discuss, so I will make a motion to approve the policy with the change in the language under notice for F to say teachers shall be responsible for notifying students that they have been opted out.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second, I'm sorry.
Seems weird. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Moving on to new business, item A, we need to table, correct, Dr. Duba?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So just make a motion to table.
Nope. We don't have the info, right? Yet.
Yeah, so,
Great.
so,
No, hold on.
Yep.
Motion.
Make a motion.
Motion to table.
Second.
No, once you make a motion table, they can't talk.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so
yes.
I'm making a motion to table.
I was just trying to provide an explanation.
He
that's all.
wanted to
But
give
we
an
know.
explanation.
We don't want
Okay.
it. We don't want the.
Oh, we don't want it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duba.
We don't need it. We
Don't
need to
need
go.
it.
We believe
Yeah.
you'll get it to us, but you can have it.
Thank you. You already provided it. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to table B.
Do I have a
Second.
Wait, did we vote on the?
No, we
No.
didn't.
We didn't
I need
No,
an
go
A.
back.
Oh.
We didn't vote on
Oh,
A.
okay.
Okay, motion to table A. Can someone make it, please?
Make
Okay.
a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, so Rob made a motion to table A. We have a second from Megan. All those in
Yeah.
favor, please say aye.
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 Great. Moving on to B. Can I get a motion to table B,
Make
please?
a motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor, please
Wait,
say
hold
aye.
on one second. Are we tabling B or are we? Is it just off the table?
We're just
In other
ta-
words,
we're
tabling it. Are we going to come back to it?
Maybe it's.
Because
We don't
when
know.
you table something, don't you come back to it?
Eventually, yeah. I mean, it leaves you the option of coming back.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to.
Yeah.
We'd have to take it up off the table first.
Yeah, so let's just, because they did a lot of work on it.
Why are you
Okay.
talking about
Some point.
motions? Table it. Make a motion to table it. Or don't make a motion to
I
table
made
it.
a motion to table it.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to C.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, moving on to D, please.
Make a
Motion-
motion to, go ahead.
Approve. Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve second. Any discussion regarding this?
I just had a question, so just because people may not read through the fine print, I saw that it said that this potential increase represents an additional 2 to 3% of the hard costs. Is there like can you quantify that for me?
I'd have to go back and pull out our budget. It's already built into the budget, so it's already built into the cost of
Okay.
those.
So it's not
It's not
anything
going over.
additional, it's
Nope.
part of that,
It's already-
okay. And I believe this was unanimously approved by the building committee,
Yes,
is
that's
that correct? Okay. Rob, Megan, anything you wanna add on this? No? Okay, all right,
No.
perfect.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, perfect.
Megan, you agree? You say it.
Oh yeah, I voted yes.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on to E.
Nope.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we can
Yeah.
do that one.
No,
Yes.
you
yes, we can.
Yes.
I will make a motion to deny the bus contractor's appeal and uphold the superintendent's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
Nay.
Motion carries. Moving on to F.
Make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Great, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, Michelle, you got one. Great. Ever. Good luck. Moving on to G, can I get a motion for G, please?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that one? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and then can I get a motion for H?
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions on that one?
I just have one question. So Andrew, shouldn't we give Jennifer a whole new contract just to make sure it's all, before she purchases a bus?
Which one are we on?
On the
H.
extension and like the addition?
So the extension, we've got a template that's already done it. They're all just being reviewed at this point in time. We're like 95%
For
there.
anything.
This,
What's the quote of the night? I'm not asking for anything.
That's you nothing.
Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor.
Oh,
For
that's
bus
right.
12, she's only asking to add her name.
That's right,
not
sorry.
to.
But should we just have a new
Yeah.
agreement with her name so it's kind of official?
Yeah, I mean, that's, I can memorialize that however you want. Kurt and I have spent a lot of time together. His folks are reviewing everything that's drafted. I think we have one document that we're going back and forth on.
All right, so
Now
then we
maybe
put it on
two,
the
but
new
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure she had both.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So we could approve this today and then like, that
Make
would
sure we
get
add it.
generated and
Perfect.
then we'll sign
Yeah,
it.
that was my thing too, we should have something with. and
Well,
then
yeah, just to make it.
There were two things listed
Official.
under this, one was bus 12 contract extension and one was bus 12 contract addition, and there was no backup under the bus 12 contract addition, is there supposed to be?
Well, no, there is no, it's asking to add her name.
No, but
No,
like
no,
there's
there's
no
another
backup
thing.
under the actual thing for, like, it says it under the extension, but there's nothing under.
Oh, so all right, this
There's
is.
a cover sheet, but no backup.
There's
Sorry.
no backup.
Yeah, but I think the backup.
Y'all, let
There
Michelle
was,
answer the question.
was
there
actually
was an
351.
attachment. I don't know if it got,
No, it got flipped. I think page 351 should have been after 352. See if you go to 351, I think this is the addition.
That should have been after.
I think it should have been after. Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what page are you looking at?
So if you go to 351,
Yep.
I think that should have been after 352, where it says bus 12 contract addition.
So 351 is the document that adds Joanne.
Yes, which is really on the cover sheet.
Oh, the attachments are flip-flopped.
Yeah, the attachments.
Great.
are
Okay, but they're right there, so.
They're there.
Any questions regarding that? Right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to 14.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
All right, this is the one that I was saying. If we're gonna approve them to buy a bus, wouldn't they really like an
We've
agreement?
got we've got a
Where
template
they
for
go?
that, because someone just bought a new bus within the last 6 months, so again, I think if you
Oh, so they
approve
already
that-
purchased, all right.
If you approve that, we'll just fit, we've
All
got a
right.
template for just about every situation right now, I would say.
I just didn't want them buying a bus without like, some little documentation.
So basically,
other
we're
questions?
saying it's okay for them to return the title and purchase a new bus, and then when they do, they're gonna bring the new contract before us to sign?
It's actually not, I mean, the way we've structured these is they'll be signing off just to address the ownership issue, but your vote here kind of it's gonna be referenced in the document, but
Okay.
it'll be memorialized by the minutes from this meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions?
No, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Jay, can I get a motion?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So, I think maybe this is the same thing with the backup. There's no backup for repair of bus 53, but I wasn't sure if it was all things. So I get what you're doing here. My question is, are we gonna get a disposal, like a separate disposal notice, or is this the disposal notice of the bus being scrapped?
for 52,
Maybe, yes.
Yes.
we dispose of it, and it's been usually like a scrap company will come, they'll purchase it in the realm of like $250 somewhere in there, I think is what we sold the last one for, and then they just take it and we turn over the title to them.
I thought that per our policy, though, there's supposed to be an actual formal disposal notification for any bus that's disposed. Is that not the case? Did I not do that?
Is this not good enough?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, is this that, or do we have to get the form?
I don't think we have to get the form.
Yeah, no,
That
I think
sounds
this, I think the minutes will memorialize the
Yeah,
decision.
I think
Yep.
it's, I see what you're saying, Jen, but I think because we have this
This,
memo,
okay.
that's more than sufficient
Okay.
in acknowledging that, in my opinion, and if Andrew agrees.
Okay, that's fine then.
If you'd like them to like fill out the form too.
I do not. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that we were clear on
Yep.
the process.
Any other questions regarding 52 or repair 53? Okay, hearing no other questions, we will call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Huh?
Did we make a
No, we
motion?
didn't.
We were in
Oh.
discussion.
Make a motion to
You know how much I
So-
Thank
love
you,
those.
Chris is on top of this.
Okay, can I get a motion to,
approve?
yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to K.
Make a motion to discuss?
Second.
I don't want to discuss this.
Oh, because they, yeah, okay. Okay, questions from the committee or information that the administration would like to provide on item K?
Is this lease for one more year for this building while we continue to look for another option?
I have a question. Have we tried to like negotiate like a 1 year or a 2 year, or I did a little
Leslie will come up. Leslie has been working.
All right, because I did a little research, and I think we're paying a little more per square foot than the average, according to Google, and like some that other businesses in the Quonset Business Park development are. So I was using that as negotiation. We could maybe get them to, reduce the rent.
So last year was the first year that we had to go up. We had been continuing on the same lease for many years, since I think we started in here. So we knew that they were going to be raising the square footage price to be comparable to what the new building is that is across the street. Actually, we ended up coming in less because it's not the newest building. But they did try and keep us in line with the other people, so within the office park. So we did have that conversation. And they did offer us discounts based on what we took in terms of 1, 2, or 3 year lease. So I will say, so in our initial conversations, they did offer us a 3-year lease last year, that if we had taken that 3-year lease, we would have kept the same price that we're paying this year for all 3 years. But we did, bring it to committee. We decided to do a 1-year lease with the understanding that year 2 would be, I don't know the exact numbers, but I think we were paying like 20.
With the understanding that we were not supposed to be here for year 2, respectfully.
No, I'm saying with the understanding that the intent was to try and find a new place. Throughout the course of the year, and I know that, she disappeared, but I kind of passed what I had been working on to Bridget when she started, and I know she took over with little success in this time frame. So I did reach out to Dr. Duva and say, would you like me to find out about continuing the lease again? And they did give us an option for a 1-year lease with the price that is currently in our budget. Or we could extend and do a 2-year lease, and they would honor the price that we have now. They would give us the fiscal year 27 price for the remainder of both years. So we do have that option if we wanted to do a 2-year lease, but I know the committee wants us to continue that search. So
not the whole committee, because I personally feel like right now buying a property would be ridiculous, whether you're personally or corporate, just the way housing market is, and it's not going to drop in a year or 2. So I feel like we keep each year paying more because we don't lock into a longer lease.
And just to be transparent, like the difference in price, if we do a year lease and then if we have to do this again, it's about a $13,000 difference. So going from year to year. So fiscal 27 is roughly $12,000 more than what we're paying in 26, and then it will be about $13,000 more if we do take that 3rd-year option and we do it individually. So that's the fiscal impact.
Thank you. Am I missing a memo? Like, all I see is the old
No, you are not missing a memo. I, to be perfectly honest, didn't realize that we would be presenting this information, so I didn't prepare anything, but I certainly can. I can provide all this information.
I should table this because I don't have anything. Like, I would love, what you just said is very nice information, but I would like to
and
see it in the document.
my conversation with Dr. Duva was, I think right now, because we don't have any other option, we need to reach out to Quonset to get the lease information, which is what I've done. So I reached out to Quonset. They're preparing a 1-year or a 2-year, and then whatever we decide to do, they will provide us with that lease. So the only difference would be the only difference in the lease is the cost.
So do you think they'll have it to us for the next meeting?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
So
I wasn't.
Why don't we just table it so we'll have all the information?
Yeah, someone can make a motion.
I'm making a motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to M.
We need to table this too.
Yep, that needs to, that's a new, yep, okay, so, no, not table, just skip.
Skip.
Just skip it. Moving on to N. Is it the same? Is that it?
No.
No, that one we just need to.
We did talk, sorry.
Yeah, I think
Make a
motion to approve the
Yeah.
superintendent's
Make
recommendation.
a motion to approve the non-renewal.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, okay. Make a motion to approve the non-renewal.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to O.
We don't have any backup on this.
No, I just put it on there as a topic for discussion because health and wellness is I think the only one that doesn't have 2 school committee members.
Redistricting.
Oh yeah, and redistricting doesn't have 2.
Doesn't have
I can I say why I think we don't? Because I like.
Yeah, we don't have a
I'll make a
motion.
motion to discuss. Okay.
Second, because I think all the topics we brought for example, the health curriculum. So I feel like if the administration comes to the health and wellness, I can invite you to come and speak or hear what's going on. Where if there's another committee member, then I can't, and I'd rather have the option where I could have someone from the DEI committee come and be there. So I think that's the advantage of not having 2 school committee members. And I also feel like right now we need to add more community members, not NKSD, because right now we're out of compliance because a bunch of the community members weren't able to be here anymore, and we just haven't put anyone on.
I would hold off on adding someone that's not a community member to that advisory committee right now, because according to the regulations for health and wellness, and that is governed by the regulations by the state, we're not in compliance.
What are we doing to get in compliance?
We are sending out another notice to get more members, because you have to have a majority of community members, and right now they don't. They have.
Are school committee members considered employees?
Yes, because we're paid by the.
Andrew, are we considered employees?
No.
Yes, but we're being paid, isn't that sort of like a weird fine?
So if adding
a
school committee member would actually help us be in compliance.
But it's not a community member, because the role is a school
We
committee
do live
member.
in the community.
Right, but that's not the role.
Yeah, let me check the statute. I would say as a general proposition, school
We're in the
committee
middle.
members are not employees. But I would also, I don't know for purposes of that statute if
But
they.
we get paid.
Let me just look.
I feel like we semi-get.
We don't get paid, we get a stipend.
But we still get a stipend from the school department, which sort of,
You're not
to me,
You're
counts
an
as
elected official.
like not as a community. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're a community, counted as a community member
But
either.
you're in a different role on there, not as the community member. You're there as the role as the school committee member. And it's specifically
But the
states
extra
that-
person could be, like, we need to fill at least one school committee member.
Right, so we have
Yes.
one school
Yeah.
committee member on it already.
Yeah.
Because that's the rule. It's one school committee member, and then it's a majority, and then it calls for employees, but you have to have a majority of community members
Yeah.
on that committee, and right now we don't. It's
I think it would
mostly
be
school
helpful to
department
have
employees.
2 on all, and I would very much support putting 2 on the redistricting one as well. Like, I think it is helpful to have 2. If one can't be there, the other one can report back. So I think it's important to get into compliance and put that out, and I would definitely encourage us to do so, but I would not support. Like, I think it's not bad to have 2 on. I've always been of that mindset.
I'm the complete opposite. I think it's terrible to have 2, and I don't even think the school committee member should be a chair, and especially a 5-member committee.
That's a
yeah.
statute for that one.
They used to do
For
that
that
in
one, but I'm
position.
saying for like the ones that aren't, I just don't think it's a good idea, and I think we run into trouble. And when 40% is in an advisory committee and then comes to the school committee, I just don't like it. I never thought it was a good idea, and
Yeah, and our policy says that we should have 2 on all.
it says up to. It says it doesn't require to. It says when possible or up to.
Yeah, no, it says 2 when possible. So yeah.
I don't agree. I feel like this committee has gotten so much stuff done with having 1, and Trish, I'll be honest, is a phenomenal person from the administration being on, and I'm perfectly honest, Jen, I think you're doing this because I know I didn't actually, to be honest, I wish everyone who came tonight actually came and spoke last week, because I felt like you had no data, and now I think you're bringing us the data.
I had all that data when I was here last
Well,
time.
then why didn't you share it? Like,
I
it
did.
wasn't
So
in
we're on-
it wasn't in the documentation.
We're on the health and wellness additional school committee member agenda item.
Okay.
Just not bad, but just like that's what it's listed as. So
Okay, so I just don't.
we most certainly can put that other.
And I
topic
don't.
on
I also
there.
think that it just gives the opportunity if there's some topic we're talking about, another committee member from another. I feel like the health and wellness actually oversees and can interact with a lot of the other advisory committees, and it's nice if you could invite someone to come.
I think there's no doubt why this was put on. We all know, and or we could all assume. And come on, man, let's talk about the elephant in the room. When I left redistricting a couple of weeks ago, not one person wanted to be on redistricting. That committee was empty, and then you offered up Sherry. So nobody was jumping on that committee, and Start Times was your baby. So I just think this is silliness. I think, can we just stop this, guys? So I disagree with this. I just think that we can't even vote on it tonight anyway. So can we just move on from this
Why can't you
conversation?
vote on it?
Because you didn't put it on, and it wasn't put on the agenda according to our own policy within outside of the 12
There
day.
was like 16 of the things that the administration put on. So we can go back.
Okay, Erin, this is your policy you guys set. Jen
No,
put it
no,
on
I
the
understand.
agenda, and it was
But-
put on within,
Which you would think
within
you
the
guys would
7
actually
days.
follow the policy. I
Follow
guess
the
maybe
policies. Can we
administration
start
didn't.
following our policies?
I'm just saying, when I met with Dr. Duva last week, none of the bus contractor stuff was established as things that were going on.
Okay, well then why didn't you bring it
Let me-
up?
Let me finish. Okay, I'm just saying, like.
No.
I try
You
to-
pick and choose. That's the bottom line. And it's just got to stop. We have to bring this committee back into compliance with state laws, with policies, RIGL.
So our policy.
Okay,
says
town
that-
charter.
So our policy says that 2 people should be on the committee. So
No, it says up to 2 people.
I'm just
Let's
saying
go.
that up to
Okay,
2
so what does
people,
it
when
say?
possible.
Which way does it go? Whichever way the wind blows around here. Stop. Stop.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of extending the meeting to, you have
11.
to follow the policy, you have to state a time.
11.
And for the purpose of.
11, to continue this discussion and resume executive session to continue those discussions.
Okay, so we have a motion, do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Megan did, but it was
Yeah.
before
Oh,
Jen
okay.
clarified, so I
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to make sure.
Second again.
All right, so Jen and Megan, and then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're still in discussion on item O.
So Sherry, I think the statements that you're making about health and wellness could be made about any of the other advisory committees. The reason is not to have a second one.
I don't disagree. I actually think it would be better if we had only one. Like, for instance, when the health and wellness, you asked us to review a policy, like we could have went to the policy to present it to you, but we couldn't because I couldn't, there's 2 of you on the policy subcommittee. So,
Yeah, but somebody else from the policy advisory committee could have gone. I mean, that
yes, I know, you still never,
Yeah.
I know the particular one I'm talking about hasn't been discussed again, but that's just how I feel. Like, I don't think we need to add someone. I think this committee's been doing a great job the way it's been.
100% it has. This has nothing to do with that. I think the list of accomplishments that you read out is fabulous. I think you've been doing a great job.
So I think we should, so honestly, I think we should wait till we have the community members in and then bring this up again. Because I feel like we'd rather
adding an additional school committee member is going to disrupt the work that you're doing.
It's not disrupting the work that it's doing, it's putting us out of compliance with the state regulation.
But you're already out of compliance.
Yes, but I don't think we need to put ourselves even more out of compliance.
And we're straining ourselves. We're
It's on
spreading
June 4th,
ourselves
and
thin.
so I feel like we're gonna get enough community members, so
So
that-
you
but
should-
next year we will be back in. So why don't we just, that's the time to add someone.
So you're having a meeting on June 4th without being in compliance with the policy?
I mean, that, I, assuming you're not in compliance with the policy, if that's what I'm hearing, then there shouldn't be any meetings until
Okay,
there's
then we
compliance.
can,
I mean,
okay, then we can cancel the meeting, so that's fine.
No, and so I'm just saying, like.
No, and I think that's the solution.
No, and I hear you, Megan. Like, I very genuinely
Wait, what?
do not.
What did I say?
What you said to me that like we don't follow the. I really do think that it is important that we do try to follow the rules as much as possible. And but I also.
But Erin, when I
think-
tell you we're not following policy, you don't email me back. I brought it up in a meeting a few weeks ago where we had to vote on that resolution because it was time sensitive. We didn't follow that. I mean, I can literally bring up all of my emails where I literally emailed administration and you about we're not following this policy, we're not following this law, we're not following this policy. And we just keep going. I mean, this is almost 2 years I've been on this committee. It's not changed. And I'm sorry, Erin. I know you're saying words out loud, but the actions aren't supporting those word salad that is coming out because it's just not true. We're not following policy, except when you guys like want to. It's just the reality.
I respectfully disagree.
Of course you disagree. You're going to agree with me?
I resent that because I do agree with you. When
Jen,
I
you
do
resent
agree with you.
everything. I'm sorry. Can we move on from this conversation?
I'd like to make a motion for Jen to be on the Health and Wellness Committee.
I'll
If you're not meeting on the June 4th,
You
it won't
can't
matter.
vote. You can. We cannot vote on this. This was not put on the agenda in time.
And again,
for a
Jen's
vote.
already on
We can
4
wait then and do
advisory
it at the June
committees.
meeting.
So I'm
That's
gonna say this, if Jen's already on 4 advisory committees, I really think it should be either Rob or Megan, like,
Would
it
you
should
like
be
to
spread
make a
out.
nomination?
Can
Yeah.
I,
I'll nominate-
can I make a motion to table this?
Second,
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to P. Can I get a motion for P, please?
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
It's just a student coming up.
It's a student coming off. Yes.
So can I make a comment on this, Ken? Because when we talked about meeting quorum and possibly like changing the configuration. You had indicated at the time that it wasn't an issue. And since then, the last few meetings have had to be canceled because of lack of quorum. So would you like to reconsider that statement and or reconfiguring?
So
That's not the agenda item on the agenda. So this is, no, I'm just saying, like, this
Yeah.
is about removal. If we need to reconfigure,
So just
that
putting
needs
that
to
out
come
there
on.
for
Yeah.
future consideration.
But that's not connected to this. Like, this is.
It
this
is kind of,
students.
because they're pulling somebody off. I'm
Yeah, but didn't the
assuming.
student?
the student has to.
Yeah. So it's not like he's taking someone else
Yeah, I'm not,
to get
I,
into
yeah, I don't,
compliance
so
with that.
the last time was because people came forward, they couldn't be on anymore, the same thing with
Food
this
for-
one.
food for thought.
When I sent the email out to confirm, like, who's coming, can you be there? This person said, please remove me, it doesn't work with my schedule anymore, so.
Food for thought.
All right. Anything else regarding this one? Are we in a motion to approve or no?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's do correspondence before we go back into executive.
5-7, Crystal Simas, recent social media post regarding teacher protests. 5-11, Chris Nacho, parent concerns on recent school committee discussion. 5-18, Robert Jones, school committee agenda. 5-19, 5-18, Shivali Finkelstein, agenda item. 5-19, 5-18, Laura Bateman regarding reductions in force, agenda item. 5-19, Barbara Jean Mancini, Lydia Hanhart.
Can I get a motion to go back into executive, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
we are coming back from executive session. I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in today's executive session. We're going to go to item A, which is sealing the minutes from executive today. Can I get a motion to that, please?
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then we're going to move on to the items that we need to from there. So we had pulled out E1. Can I please get a motion for E1?
So I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Ken, can you just do a high level without disclosing any information, what you were kind of explaining when we realized we couldn't talk about it? Just like overview what this means.
Sure. Yeah. So every year prior to June 1, if there are any positions that we are any people that are in positions that are being either cut or reduced due to that are not due to job performance, that has to be put out June 1st, and we only have. How much can I say? I mean, we were
That's
two
good.
That's good.
positions
Yeah.
that, you know.
And
It is
our-
very it's very
it's very normal, it's very standard,
Very
and it's our hope that they will be recalled, be able to find a job at the end of the year, a job there, yes?
I don't, yeah. Okay, good enough. Okay. Any other discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to, we did 2 before, and we don't need to change anything there, so we'll just leave that stand. So can I get a motion for E3?
I make a motion to approve E3.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then move on to E4. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then, where am I? What's happening? Yep. Yep. Can I get a motion for new business item M?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No.
Is that no?
Yes.
Okay, no worries. So 4 yes, 1 no, correct? Mm-hmm. All right, perfect. I'm just stating it because the clerk left, so I want to make sure for the tape. That's why I'm being weird, because like I want to make sure that gets on the tape. Was that it?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.